That's great.
Hey Chris, how are you, buddy? Good to see you doing well. Tony, how are you? I'm doing so well. The jackets.
They're looking sharp.
They are looking very sharp. Aren't they?
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Christopher as well. Those are mine. Yeah.
Okay, so nothing to report out, and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, thank you. It's so nice to see everybody here tonight. This is great. Okay, and so we have a student presentation.
We do, President Barringer. I'm excited about that. Do you mind if we just get right into it? Is that okay?
Please.
So appreciate that. So good. Good afternoon. Good, I guess, early evening to everyone. Here we are after the start of school. And what does that mean? Students are back. That's the best part, right? Our greatest treasures are here back with us. And so what's so exciting is we get to start with our student presentations. I'd love to introduce, but that's not my role. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rosenberg because I know she's super excited to introduce our first student presentation the entire school year.
Yes, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Dr. Ullman. So we are super excited to be able to start our student presentations. This is very exciting for me to be able to see our first one. And I'm just so proud of Principal Bartlett for being the first one to sign up for our presentation. So we got Quail Valley in the house today. And as we continue our mission with educating, inspiring, and preparing our students, we're excited to welcome Quail Valley to the house. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year. We're grateful that you have us. Welcome to our student board members too. We love to be the first one. We just have a couple of slides for you. Quail Valley Middle School. I am Andrea Bartlett. I'm the principal, and I have some really cool people that I want to introduce you to. But if you share the first slide, I just wanted to share with the board this year our goals for the site. We have a PLC goal that we're working on this year. It's focusing on question 2, where we're really going to dig into how we know that the students are learning. A lot of good work surrounded in the PLC effort, and our solution tree work continues. We have a site goal of PBIS, which is going to focus on our Tier 2 and Tier 3, identifying, developing those processes where students to get support, access to services, interventions, and such. And then our assessment goal, last year we focused on participation, everybody getting in and taking those assessments. Now we're going to focus on the growth, 3 to 5% growth. We're looking for sometimes academic growth, behavioral growth, functional growth. It's all good stuff. But just a quick little snapshot, because the year is going to be tremendous for Quail Valley, and we're happy to be here. We're happy to share that. And I'm sure you're going to want to know who I brought with me tonight to kick off the year, because we're going to set the bar super high. Slide. You have to see this guy. I thought it was important for the board, for the community to see. You guys talk about Prop 28. You've heard about it. Certainly, Bill's office shares with you those things. But I literally brought the people that can speak to its impact at a school site in arts and music education. I am joined tonight by my fabulous teacher, Mr. Johnny Dolan. Johnny Dolan, I call him the Prop 28 guy, but he is so much more than that. And I just want to stop talking, and I want to just turn this time over to him. We do have one more slide with a couple little pictures. He joins our band teacher. So we have a whole house of rock happening over there at Quail Valley. On one side, our band director is leading our students. We have a beginning, intermediate, and advanced ensembles. And then Johnny's on the other side. Johnny teaches piano and guitar and choir. So I'm going to turn this moment over to him so that he could talk about him, the program, and the impact that this is having at Quail.
And I see on the slide before they include the obligatory pie in the face. That is one of my favorite moves at a concert, despite it really smelling after a while. So anyways, yeah, as we know, my name is Johnny, and I am so glad to just be here again. Yeah, see so many familiar faces and some new faces. And I'm sure you expect me to talk about music education, but that is not exactly what I'm going to talk about today. Sorry. Instead, I would like to talk about the values and the lifelong skills one may learn through music. Because as my dear friend Keith would say, I don't teach music, I teach people. So the values that I embody in this version of myself teaching middle school now: fun, excellence, and you guessed it, community. So it's no secret that educators, we have kind of a raw deal. Teens are becoming more isolated, anxious, and depressed, as I'm sure you've heard ad nauseum. Just a couple of quick stats that a 2023 study showed that 50% of teens spend over 4 hours on their phones a day. Is that true, guys? Yeah. But more concerning, different study shows that those who spend 4 or more hours on their phone are 2 times more likely to become anxious and depressed. Yikes. In addition, a 2025 study shows that phone addiction, or rather those teenagers who are addicted to their phones, are 2 to 3 more times likely to have suicidal thoughts or emotional disturbances. So that is what I sense, and that is what I speak into when I'm working at Quail Valley. I see it every day, and that is my goal to address. So my solution has always been my solution: music. When we have fun in this class, my goal, through regardless of what we are learning, is I want them to be interested, excited, and passionate about the things. What I tell people when we sign up is, I want it to feel like you hanging out with your friends and watching your favorite show, although a guitar is in your hand or a piano is in your hand instead. We aim for excellence, of course, because we demand rigor of our students. So they're going to learn the conventions and the mindset of what it means to be a great musician. And I'm proud that we teach that. And lastly, community. As you can see here, we collaborate with each other, we collaborate with the ideas and the skills so that we can sharpen each other as iron sharpens iron. And the results, what I find, is we have a body of more responsible students. They carry themselves better. They just look like they're standing taller. They're passionate. They have a lifelong skill. They're creative, and they're independent thinkers. I'm so proud of that. And I'm teaching middle school right now, but what I expect downstream from the crop of students that I'm working with is that Snowline will have a great body of leaders. Those leaders will go eventually into our band programs with Danny Minnick, or our choir programs with Melissa Aguilar. They'll go into FFA. They'll go into woodworking, what have you. And they will carry those values with them. If you don't believe me, there's a USC study indicating that music education enhances creativity, confidence, and emotional stability, the very things that we're trying to combat against as music teachers. In addition, a 2025 study shows that through the enhanced social connection, we have better attendance, which is always a win, and as a result, better test scores. It's great stuff. So, once again, my answer to this is teaching the values, teaching the principles of what it means to be a great musician, so that way we can be better scholars and overall better people. So the students I have before me here, they embody those traits. I can say so much. Rather, I am so proud of the people who were here before me. With the exception, I believe, one, these students did not start music, at least not in a serious way, until the 2024-2025 school year. So you're going to see their progress just right here. And I would say that, hiring me and putting me in Quail, those Prop 28 funds were well spent. So what I ask for in return is just continued support for music education in Snowline. I've been in district now, this is my 8th year, I'm so proud of it. And you all have given me the green light to do some crazy things, some amazing things, from going to New York to Washington, D.C., etc. And all I ask is that you can continue to support our colleagues. So with that said, I don't think I have anything else. I would like to introduce our first student. Jacob, it's all you, man. Thank you.
All right. One second, please. Sound crazy. Mr. Dolan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do they have any ability to move a little closer to the podium? Only because we'd love to get them on video. If that's okay. Okay, okay, no problem. Thank you. We'll just have them listen. We'll have them listen. That's fine. Thank you.
My name is Dominic Espinoza, and I'll be playing Run with the Devil by Van Halen.
Oh, thank you. Fantastic. Even in the leanest of budgetary times, Snowline has always consistently supported the arts within our district. So keep it going. We appreciate you. Wonderful. Questions or comments from the board?
I'm just sitting over here just thinking, turn it up. It's pretty awesome. I hope you all are kids enjoying the time in there. Are all the instruments, are those district owned or are they individuals?
No, actually, let me go to the microphone. Check, cool. No, they are not district owned. The students have purchased those. However, we do provide instruments to our classes. Proud to say that we have a guitar for each student and a piano for each student, of course, as necessary upon enrollment.
Truly.
Just curious, out of you students here, how many of you guys are a little bit more excited because of the excitement Mr. Dolan has all the time? Yeah, Mr. Dolan was my daughter's choir teacher her freshman year, his first year here. He has a sense of enthusiasm that is second to none, in my opinion. And I believe if we could get that enthusiasm throughout the district with every teacher, it would really help out. So I'm glad that you guys get to see that. I'm really grateful he's over at the middle school helping that trajectory all the way up to the high school. And so congratulations on all of you guys for putting forth the effort to learn what you have so far. Continue through, because I do believe it's going to give you some skills that are going to be really helpful for you.
Outstanding. Dr. Holman?
Oh, yeah, I always love to ask a question, but I'm going to start. Johnny Dolan, thanks for all your great work, as always. You and I have a lot of conversations about one of those three words that you discuss, and that's community. So really, to all of your students, though, I'd love to just ask any one of your students what the power is behind community. Is there anyone you would want to call on there, Mr. Dolan, or just to have anyone answer that?
I want to look none other than our friend Matthew Berg. Matthew, power of community. You're welcome to talk to Mike. Is that crazy for you, or you got it? Cool. Is that fine with us? Yeah. You're good?
Yeah,
Cool,
we'll
awesome.
take anything
All right,
we
sir.
can get, I'll tell you. That's for sure. Great comment.
Thank you so much for coming out, and thank you for spreading your love of music. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Dolman. I'm Christopher Zavalza. I like to as well add, I like how you express life through music. That's very encouraging. And I encourage the students to follow that desire that you guys have. It's very, how do I say it? It's very talented that you guys encourage this music life. And I'm very proud of you guys.
Yeah, well said.
And thank you for being here tonight for our brand new school year.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you.
And we'll understand if you have to go home and practice your instruments tonight, but you're welcome to stay for the balance of our meeting. They're riveting meetings. Okay, that then takes us to community comments. Are there any? Okay. And then the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I'll motion to adopt the agenda as it's presented.
And a second?
Second.
And all in favor, raise your right hand. Oh, well,
I did prepare.
oh, okay. Okay, so your preferential vote, raise your right hand. Very good. And the board? All in favor? And any opposed? So we have adopted the agenda. That then takes us to introduction of student board members.
Thank you, President Behringer. It's a real pleasure and really one of my highest pleasures over the course of every single year to engage in item 1 under I, administrative items here, and specifically because we get to introduce our student board members. For over 25 years, Snowline's been one of the school districts at the forefront of allowing student board members to be part of this process. But I say it's more than even allowing. It's wanting to have them here. It's truly leveraging their expertise. And so I've just been really proud to be part of Snowline and be witness to 25 plus years of our student board members. Well, a little bit more recently, a little less than 10 years ago, we went to having 2 board members. And so many thanks to the board members who allowed us to do that, because boy, with Ryan Holman, less is more, but with student board members, more is more, right? And so it's really powerful that we now have 2 board members. And so to that end, we have our 2 here tonight. And so if you don't mind, President Behringer and the rest of the board, I'd just love to just introduce our new student board members and just share a little bit of information about them. Yeah, thanks so very much. And so to my right here, you can see our 2 board members. I'm going to start off with Chris Zavalza Esparza. Chris, I'm going to say he's from our east side. He attended Vista Verde Elementary School, Quail Valley Middle School, Serrano High School, as well as Chaparral High School. And the real power of Chris, I would say, he's a leader across the campus, and he was chosen as the individual by students and staff members to represent Chaparral High School, non-traditional schools, but really all schools, right? Given his experience. And he was chosen for many reasons. But I think what was really powerful is I spent time with Chris going over the agenda, how many adults stopped and said, "Hello, Ryan. I want to tell you how powerful Chris is, how great he is as a leader in particular." And I want to say it must have been 7, 8 individuals who stopped and said something in that regard. All sorts of compliments relative to how respectful he is, how he absolutely thinks of others. He's a selfless individual. But I think what stood out to me ultimately is his not only his knowledge of how to lead people, but how he wants to lead people. And I think we're just really thrilled to have Chris come on board here. And then next to Chris is Tony Zavala Gasca. Now, Tony is from Serrano High School. He's the co-ASB president. Also, he's the CTE advisor for Snowline as a representative of Mountain Desert Career Pathways. You see the jacket he's wearing. He's a successful Skills USA contestant, most recently making it to the state level in drone. I guess it would be called, what is it, Tony, help me out, autonomous drone. What's the last word? Flying. Yes, if you've seen that, there are obstacle courses that they're able to navigate. So Tony and his partner did an outstanding job in that regard. And as I spoke to staff members as well, we were together a couple times over the last week. But today, people recognized his greatness and shared with me he will just be an outstanding leader here too in this setting, much like I said about Chris. Somehow, some way, they coordinated the colors of their shirts and jackets. I think that's extra points, I would say. But all that aside, President Behringer, it's just really my honor to turn it back over to you to welcome our two powerful and wonderful representatives of students across all of Snowline, who I would say embody that notion of educate, inspire, and prepare students for lifelong success. And that's Chris Zavala Esparza and Tony Zavala Gasca. So I'll turn that back over to you.
Welcome, welcome. We are so happy to have you both here. And I expect that they will be alternating.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they sure do know about that here. We love having them together here so that they can learn how this process goes. But I mean, it's clear that they're quick learners here, but you're right. They're going to be rotating the job as we move forward.
Well, we appreciate you being here and being the voice for our student body, because it's really valuable for us to hear your perspective. And I hope that you were onboarded properly so you understand. Sometimes our meetings go a few hours beyond, dark time. And so, it is a commitment, and we appreciate you diving into this. Thank you so much. And so then, are there any comments or questions from the board for our new board members?
Looking forward to working with the both of you and leveraging each of your student populations to come back and, maybe affect some change. We had that last year with our student board member from Chaparral. So looking for a lot of support from you guys there. And Serrano, you got a lot of voices out there, but you also reach down to the little ones too. You are student board members for this entire district. So if you have that opportunity to connect and to bring even those little voices back, would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to welcome you as well. And again, same type of thing is just remember who you represent, which is everyone in the district, every one of the students. And that's a hard thing to grasp. And you might not actually meet with all of them, but I think as you keep your ears open, you'll hear some things, whether it's through family members or through friends, but bringing that information back to help the process for those individual students as well as the student body as a whole is going to be really impactful, and we welcome you here. Congratulations on being selected.
Yeah.
And just to get clarification, you introduced yourself as Christopher. Do you prefer Chris or Christopher?
I prefer Christopher.
Very good. Okay. Chris and Tony, welcome to the board. Thank you. And so then that takes us, Member Bristol?
I was just going to say, good choice in doing this. It could be a nice line you can put on a college resume. Also, the popularity that you guys are going to be getting from joining this team is insane. So be ready for that, because now everybody knows you guys really know how to do a Tuesday night. You know what I mean? So good job.
Thank you for that. Okay, that takes us then to item I2, for a facilities update. Dr. Holman?
Yeah, thanks so very much, President Behringer. Before the board is an information item. It's a regular one every single meeting. That's an update on the progress we're making in terms of the improvement of all Snowline Joint Unified School District and facilities. And so to that end, both Bill and I will share with you updates there. Robert Chacon, too, always appreciation for your great work in terms of navigating the slides and all the other work behind there. So Robert, to that end, we see our first slide there and highlighting, educating, inspiring, and preparing our students. Facilities do that, just that, right? They contribute to that outcome that we want, our mission and vision, and ultimately our motto too. So Robert, if we can go to the next slide, remind ourselves, right, that we did pass Measure J, but also credit to the board. We've allocated additional funds on top of the $70.6 million to upgrade facilities throughout the entire district. And Robert, we'll go to that next slide, and just that reminder how appreciative we are that we all take this at this table, but I think all 1,200 employees strong throughout the school district, 8,000 students, 15,000 parents, 45,000 residents. Understand, if we're going to educate, inspire, and prepare, we need to have facilities, but we need to do so together. And we really take this opportunity very seriously. We're very grateful to be able to do that. To that end, Robert, that will get us to our core value here. And it's just that quick reminder too, that we also see the power in being stewards. We say it all the time. I think we can't say it enough. We have to be powerful stewards in all that we do. In this case, the funds that are given to us to put forth in the areas of facilities. We need to maximize those dollars. I'm really proud of Bill Flynn, who we'll be hearing from in just a moment, in terms of how he's overseeing that team effort to leverage that core value and the notion of being good stewards in all that we do here with those funds. And so to that end, Robert, we'll just go into the next slide, that Bond Oversight Committee. Please know we've reached out and we're setting a date in September for the training of the Oversight Committee individuals. Katie Dobson's just been outstanding and basically saying in the latter dates of August, we weren't able to work out, but with September, we'll get all the feedback, and she's going to join us. Many of you know Katie Dobson again, and she's our legal counsel with the bond effort, and just been outstanding and providing the support all along the way. And so we're looking forward to her providing that training at a date to be determined. I'll keep you updated, but the email has gone out, and we're getting feedback in terms of the dozen or so individuals who will be attending and getting that training that will best fit throughout the month of, it looks like, September at this point here. So thank you for that there, Robert. Please know that I'll say before I turn over to Bill, that's a requirement of Prop 39, right? That a CBOC, right, a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, is required, and their duties, just as that reminder, is to ensure that the funds that we're spending are being done so just as they were intended, specifically to a bond, as the voters said they should be done. And so that committee will not be seen as much as where we should spend the funds, but how are they being spent? Are they being spent on what the voters said was done? Trainings, more detail than I just gave right there, but that's the overview in that regard. And so, Bill, sorry about cutting you off there. Get you to that next slide here, because our construction management firm, Ledezza and Meyer, I knew you've got some updates in that regard. And I think we might have someone in the audience too to help us.
Yeah, of course. As always, we have our construction management company here. We have Jeff Carter. If there's any questions and things that come up as we go along, I'll probably get in a little bit more detail, because for our student board members, Christopher, Tony, both of your schools are being affected very quickly with these bond dollars. So I'll go through a little bit of that. But Bob, if you go on to that next slide, just giving some of the as we're looking at our phasing of our each of our projects that we have going on, this is a look at what's kind of be happening. So we have a modernization project. I don't know how much you guys know about these projects, but we've submitted to the state years back for modernization of 8 of our different facilities. And as we passed Measure J, the bond that got passed back in November, which was $70 million that comes from the property taxes of the Snowline community, in conjunction with Proposition 2 that was passed at the state level, that's the state's share of facility money. And so we have these projects that are now getting funded by the state. So the state pays a portion, and then we pay the rest. And the first one that's going to start is Serrano High School. Okay, and so Serrano's a big project. And what we're looking at right now, one of the pieces that we have even on the board agenda tonight for the board is the contract with Go Architects to do the interim housing. We talked about this last time, that the interim housing is a separate A number with DSA, and so it's an over-the-counter, so it goes quick, but it requires them to do all the same kind of plans that they would do for to submit to DSA. So we're looking to approve that contract tonight so they can get that going. We have the idea in place, and that is, again, that interim housing, 14 portables would sit right where where the basketball courts are and the two of the tennis courts, the first two. I would have 14 portables on there. Because as we move things around, that's where we have to move classrooms into for places that are going to be under construction. And so if we get that approved tonight, then the goal would be to get that housing set in place sometime mid to late end of second semester, so then we could start the phasing of this project, right? And so in that first phase, that is the whole front office and the whole front parking lot is all going to be redone, and then that would go into through the summer, looking at about 10 months, maybe more, to complete that part of the project. And then once we're done with that, then we would begin phase 2, which is the work in the back with the 400s. And then path of travel work is what would kind of happens over the summer. Path of travel being all the cement work, right? So the quad is nice and flat, nice and smooth, and they're in, well, yeah, we're going to fix that, right? So it would be a much better, but we can't do that during the school year because then we can't close off that portion of the campus. So that work will be summer. And then that phase 2, we'd be looking to complete all of the phase 2 work. Best case scenario would be ready for the end of the 20 or beginning of the 2020. But that's kind of the tentative phasing that we have in place for the Serrano project. And then for Baldy Mesa and Chaparral, they're kind of being done in conjunction because they have a lot of similar work, and so they have this kind of the same time schedules on those. We're looking to bid those out sometime here in October, November. Those would bid out, and we begin work second semester in both of those school sites, looking to finish somewhere around October 25 or December 27th, somewhere in that range, the middle of next school year. Pinion Hills, it's going to be bid separately, but it's got a very similar schedule to the other two, and so looking to finish middle of next year. Quail Valley, we're still, as we know, we got that one, the funding notification, but we're still constructability review and cost estimates are underway with Ledesma. Any questions on sort of that time frame? We're going to have probably over the next few board meetings, we're going to have some more detail. We're just kind of finalizing those schedules right now, but we'll have some nice pictures. You can see, so we'll give you some graphics to see, exactly how that's going to work in those phasing. But that's kind of where we sit right now. It's just looking. That's why I kind of wanted to put it in a time schedule so we kind of see that it happening. Right? Okay, if you go on, Bub, to the next slide. Kind of did the same thing with the money. We talked about last time about the dollars and how they don't all go out in a single year, right? Even though, a $40 million project for Serrano, we're not going to spend $40 million right away. And so I kind of put it into this maybe more familiar looking at sort of like revenue versus expenses. So if you look at that first 25-26 column, right? You see the beginning balance, the $29,815,000. That's the Measure J money that we've received, right? So that happened at the end of last year, 24-25. So that's why it's a kind of a beginning balance. And so then if you look down on the expenses and all the modernizations that we have happening, not set in stone by any stretch, but this is kind of a glimpse at like maybe what might be going out in 25, 26 in terms of costs for each of these. And again, this is just the Measure J dollars. This is not the state match portion, right? So we don't have to worry about that portion of it. But these are, potentially what's going out in each of these. And so, the total of maybe about 16.4 million, leaving us that balance of 13.4, and then looking into 26, 27, what's going to continue on there. I threw in some potential interest because as that money sits there, it's going to continue to earn interest at the county, right? And the county is running 3-4% interest right now on dollars that are sitting there. So that 400,000 is actually just interest on the 13 million. So it's a low projection of it, right? We'll probably end up with more depending on when those allocations actually go out. And so then looking at what then would come out of potentially 26, 27, got about 13.8. We're looking at about 13.4. So then at the end of 26, 27, again, around that, April, May, June timeline, we would do another disbursement. That's another about 20 million. So I have it as showing as revenue right at the beginning of 27, 28, but that would happen at the end of 26, 27. And that then kind of refills the pot with the Measure J dollars to finish off that Serrano project. If that makes sense, right? And so what you notice there, another piece that doesn't have anything in it there at the top in revenue and one in expenses, that's a Fundo 1 or a ban as revenue, and then reimbursing Fundo 1 or repaying ban. So I'll explain. A ban is a bond anticipation note. Basically, it's borrowing money, right? We have that ability to do that if necessary, to say, well, we're going to have this $20 million disbursement a year from now. Can we borrow money right now, pay it back when we get the disbursement? So that's a possibility if we needed to go that route. We could also just borrow the money from dollars we have in Fundo 1 that are designated towards facilities. So there's a couple of different routes. But then, of course, if we're borrowing those dollars, then they're not available to spend on other facility projects. That's where thinking about a ban would be a possibility. The other place that might come more into play or more needed is if the other 3 projects get funded over the next 6 to 12 months, right? If we get notification from OPSC on Wrightwood, Phelan, and Pinyon Mesa, then now we may need to look at doing something like a ban, because then we want to go ahead and move forward with those projects, and we might be dipping into even that 3rd allocation out there. And so timeline-wise, we would potentially need to do it. Yes, question?
So the projection is 27, 28 for the second series of bonds. Could that be moved up if those funds are needed? Like you said, if we get additional projects going and we need the actual additional funds, could that be moved up till next year?
Potentially you could move stuff forward, but really the schedule that was laid out was based upon keeping that $40 per 100,000 for our taxpayers, right? And so if we saw huge increases in the property tax values across the district, we could potentially move it up and or get a larger amount than 20 million. So the 20 million was based, remember they did the projection based upon a lower number, and we've seen traditionally higher numbers. So it is possible, probably not necessarily to go sooner, but maybe to get a larger allocation in that the 26, 27 school year. But that's again where that ban, the bond anticipation note, may come into play. Borrow, because if OPSC is going to fund those projects, we don't want to say, well, we can't do it because we don't have money yet. We get access to it.
What agency would you use to access a ban?
There's a lot of them. I mean, we could go through blank on the name, the group that helped us with our field bond, right? yeah, ISOM would help us facilitate that type of thing.
I
So
see.
there's a lot of different choices.
Okay.
And so any other questions on all those pieces? Right, and it's always a moving target, right? You know, these are based upon our cost projections, but then as we start bidding things out, we'll start leveling things out and always adjusting from the plan that we have. And so if you go on to that next slide, Bud. Right, we've still got another pot of money that we have some things happening in. And so just to give you a picture again of say Fund 14 and some of the things that have been going on. So we got cafeteria tables and the soffits and gutters, bells, intercom, paging, the fire alarms at Phelan and Heritage. All of those pieces have been happening. Some of them are wrapping up from over the summertime. One that we got actually just today in our meeting with Go Architects is we got all of the for the PAC electrical up at the high school, right? Been waiting for that to get completed so we could put that out to bid. We have all the documents from Go now, so we're ready to roll and put that bid out. So Andy will be working on putting that bid package together to get that happening. Always a lot of stuff going on. Any questions on any of the projects or pieces or funding? Questions for Jeff?
I'm a little bit curious about the septic at Serrano.
That's money that's set aside. There's not a specific project for that. That had to do with looking at our smell, right? And so we had the scope done that determined that there's no blockage. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with the system, and so kind of as we're doing the modernization, we're going to address potentially some of the issues, right? Some of the issues then with smell is like drains that dry up, right? So when you have a sink or a shower or something, right, you got the little U-trap drain down there, right? Well, that blocks odor is what that does. That's why you have those. So if that dries up, then odor can push back up through that. I think we realized that we were having some of that issue, like in the boys' locker room, because there's showers that aren't used, and so then those drains dry up. They become a source. And so M&O, is looking at, okay, let's make sure any of our drains that could dry up, we keep them wet. But now as we do the modernization, we're going to gut the boys' locker room and solve some of those issues. There's also pieces that they were looking at doing charcoal filters on our, the venting, right? Because the venting comes out the top, right? That's where the smell goes, is out vents up at the top. And so if you get swirling winds, that brings that odor down to the campus area. And so,
Not pleasant.
yeah, we can put charcoal filters that filter that odor. So this is money that's just set aside to, if there's things that we then need to fix or solve or change or something like that, that was dollars that we had set aside for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. And then, sorry, did I cut you off?
No,
And
no.
yeah, then it gets to our last slide. There's just that reminder, right, of educate, inspire, and prepare our students for lifelong success. You see these beautiful pictures from Robert Chacon and J.C. Thompson. It's just a great reflection of the outstanding work that's going on. And facilities, again, I think support it well and build it well, in my opinion, to update you. So I turn it back over to you, President Behringer, specifically. Any questions you may have?
Any other conversation, discussion, questions? No? How about our student board members? I bet you guys are excited to get things going.
I'm very excited to
Yeah.
get things going.
I think we all are. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Flynn and Dr. Holman. Bless you. And so then that takes us on to school district bargaining unit reporting. And I see CSEA President Ashley Alvarado. Please join us at the podium.
Thank you. Good evening. Happy first board meeting officially, I think, of the school year. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you to the board for having us on the agenda. Myself and Matt from STA on the agenda monthly regularly. We really appreciate this standing commitment to listen and hear and partner, right? I just want to start off saying that, CSEA is still committed to a positive, productive collaboration between the district and yourselves and us at CSEA. We really do appreciate when we, as our chapter, shares out to other chapters in California, and they are in awe about how we work together to find solutions instead of arguing. So I get a little like gold star at every meeting, like, good job, Ashley and Snowline. So thank you. I think that it's great. And it's wonderful. I'm thankful that the board and the district has heard our requests to focus on how classified employees can work together with our certificated employees, our teachers, to row in the same direction, right? If there's an initiative on the campus, tell our classified employees how in their job they can push that initiative along, If that is being able to state your opinion, well, at the lunch table, do you like chocolate milk or regular milk? Tell me why. Little things like that, because I think that we always say, Snowline, we're a family, and we're all working together, and we're here shoulder to shoulder. So that's me, and I'll see you next month. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Mr. Bodell, STA president.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Chacon, I have my slides. I think he's got those. Thanks, like Ashley said, thank you for having us. My name is Matthew Bodell. If you don't know me, I'm the STA president, Snowline Teachers Association president. Got a few slides for you. A lot of good things happening since May, so I'll share those out with you. You can see our mission statement, of course, that we're always trying to anchor, like all our meetings do, is that we invest in students by providing quality education, ensuring safe schools, and nurturing positive relationships with parents and the community. So we've done a lot of those things since May. So actually back in June, we did some community engagement efforts. So we applied for a new CATA grant for this year, and then also, we donated a freezer, and one of our members, been in the picture with me there, she donated a fridge as well for the Helping Hands initiative that's going on with social workers as they're expanding the food bank for our community, and the clothing closet and all the stuff that they're doing there, doing some great stuff in the Student Learning Services Department. So it's really fun to see that, and we're happy to partner with them. So I got to put some stickers on there with Benin. Benin made those stickers too that says, like, we care for our families and our community. So it's good. The next slide. We also did we've done some membership engagement good things already this year. So I applied for another CTA grant to support community building activities with our members. So I've done that for every year I've been president so far, taking advantage of those CTA monies out there, and then getting some of our dues back, actually. And then we had some site reps at Penny Mesa Middle School and Quail Valley Middle School, brought tacos to the teachers prior to back to school night. Just as hard, back to school night's hard sometimes for teachers to get out and get some food before they come back. So we brought the food to them, so they got to do that. So there's a picture from Quail. There's Mr. Dolan in there. Yeah. So that's fun to see. So that was great, and I really appreciate their efforts that way too. Next slide, thanks. Thanks. And then over the summer, I went to a summer institute that's also sponsored by CTA, and Melissa Newkirk and Name Brown also again went with me. We all went in this organizing seminar, and so that track, again, like Ashley said, it reminds us that we are grateful to work in Snowline. There are a lot of like organizing issues around, but this kind of training was really about like recognizing issues that are needing to be addressed. It actually like overlapped a lot of stuff like what we did with Measure J last year, right? Like passing that bond together in solidarity. Like that was one of the issues that we talked about there. So there's a whole bunch of things we talked about there, and there were some helpful things that we could do to build up our STA structures particularly. So one of them we've done just last week. We had a site rep training. So we did that out in the Hesperia CTA office. We developed a flow chart for member support too, so that members know who they have to go to if they have any concerns or questions, and they might not all go to me. And that's nice. So that's good. So we're building some systems that way too. Just had our first site rep meeting. And so, again, I'm happy to have all these people at all the different sites, on the same page with us, trying to, resolve things at the lowest level and then work together to make Snowline better. So that's great too. We've got a couple other updates that I'm going to share probably next time a little bit more, but we have our first curriculum committee too. So I really want to give a shout out to Dr. Byrne and Dr. Buchanan for reaching out to me over the summer too to start this. And so we're starting an elementary committee, and we're meeting next week. So I'm excited about that. And I'm sure I'll have more to share out at that time too. But thanks again for having us. Really appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the ways, just like Mr. Lefevre and Mr. Hernandez were talking to you young guys about representing your constituents. I'm so thankful for the board members here who all do the same thing. They represent their people, and you do so faithfully and well. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Don't disappear. I have a question for you, Mr. Bodell, about the curriculum committee. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah. So this is a committee that we're going to be able to work with Dr. Byrne and Dr. Byrne. Sorry, Dr. Buchanan on. They actually asked if STA would like to have a standing meeting with a committee made of different teachers from different schools to talk about curriculum supports, and how those things are going. I thought that was great. We had just kind of talked about that in STA as having like a committee like that, but to be able to automatically have a contact in the district office is fantastic for us. That's really great. So Dr. Buchanan had a really good idea of like getting a member from every school, every elementary site, and then every grade level. So she worked with me and made like a little chart of different teachers at different grade levels and different sites, so that we can kind of go through and see like who'd be interested. So I asked several teachers, and we got one. We have at least one member from every elementary site, and every grade level is represented. We have, I think, one site that has two. I think Penny Hills has two members on the committee, but so we have, I think, seven. We should have seven people on the committee. So I'm excited about that, and we're going to kind of like work together to see how we can, I think, collaborate on the curriculum moving forward, and the supports that are needed. I'm excited about it from my position. I'm really excited about it. I don't know much about elementary curriculum, so I'm going to be all ears in this. But I'm excited to see how they talk to their sites and get information that they could use and then bring that information back to Dr. Byrne's office, and then get some more support that way that would help our students. I mean, I'm just really excited about where that's going. So
Great.
Yeah,
And can you
question.
tell me more also about the Helping Hands Food Bank?
Yeah, so this is something I know like Mr. Berenstain and Mrs. Bodell are working on too, but they work with the social workers too in the same organization. I think I know a lot of this stuff because I have an in.
Yes, you do.
Well, my wife working in this so much, but she's always like, "Hey, could SDAs help support this and this?" And it's exciting because I know like they have the clothing bank, and so one of the locals, I think it was Lancaster, their teachers association donated a bunch of winter coats last year for their students, and we had just missed like that window, and I was like, oh man, that's a really cool one. So that's something I just applied for a community engagement grant to try to help with some cost for that too, so we could get like 120 winter jackets for our students. The food bank is something that I know Katie's been working, my wife has been working a lot with Helping Hands and the Project Pride, I think is what it's called. Those different initiatives that have existed in our district but need to kind of be built back up. So we got the freezers ready to go. They just had a health inspection, I think, to make sure that it's ready to go. And then they should be able to start working with some places to get the food donated there too.
Wow.
So yeah, so again, that's a place like it's all at that same office, So if families come to enroll in our district, they'll be able to see all those things. If they need like, clothing or shoes or winter coats or something, or food, like that, we're meeting those needs. And that's something that, of course, Snowline Teachers Association wants to partner with.
Fantastic. Well, thank you
Question.
for those contributions.
Did I answer it correctly? Okay. I'm not like in that, but I like hear about it. So yeah. Mhm.
That's wonderful.
Is there a good amount of community support with that? Has the community been reached out to?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm sure like we could probably partner with some, and it's a great question probably for like my wife and her team and stuff like that. So, and the social workers maybe. So maybe you can invite them to come and present at a board meeting. They love that. I just recommended them for that, I'm sure. But
She is really happy right now.
I'm sure. But they probably know a little bit more about some of those things. I know she's like in the past, and know that both she and Mike and I think some other social workers have teamed up with like our community resource fair. And, one year we had like several churches come and like different things like that too. So I think it might be something that would be great to reach out to. I think the partner that they have is the Helping Hands like tri-community president that they've been talking with, and they have like a food bank that they get from the state or something, and then they can get that access to it. So I think that's what she's working on primarily. But yeah, I think it would be great to have more community partnerships. Like that would be fantastic. Yeah, great idea, Mr. Lefevre. Yeah. Any other questions?
Looks like you're clear.
All
Looks
right.
like you're clear. Well, thank you
Well,
so
thank
much.
you. Yeah, thanks for the questions too. Appreciate it. Anytime.
Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay. That then takes us to consent agenda. Is there a motion
All motion to approve.
and a second?
Second.
Any discussion? And your preferential votes? Right, okay. And all in favor, raise your right hand. And any opposed? None opposed. So the board has just approved the minutes of the August 12th, 2025 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees. Personnel motions, resolution number 26-1756, authorizing remuneration for a board member. The 24-25 Williams-Forth quarterly report for deciles 1 to 3 schools, student readmissions, and the district financial transactions. So that then takes us to item L1. Mr. Flynn.
Yes, as I mentioned before, this is the agreement with Go Architects for the interim housing project for the Serrano modernization.
Okay. So, is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
I'll second.
Alrighty, any discussion? No? I did have one quick question about, it seems that we are maybe purchasing or leasing one modular that will be then integrated into our modernization.
We were looking at potentially purchasing the interim housing versus leasing. Kind of, we're leaning much more towards leasing them now, just because time-wise to get what we want in new, it's not really realistic, so it's easier to do that. But one of the other pieces that we were looking with that was a double-wide modular being one of those, and then when the interim housing was done, reusing that to put place next to the existing weight room as an additional weight room. Currently, we have a second weight room for classes that's in a classroom inside the gym, and it's not sufficient size-wise to handle it. So this would move that ultimately out there. But we can't purchase in the short of the time the building with the proper floor in that. So the direction we're going is to just lease 14 regular portables, and then when the project in the back is completed, we then purchase a portable to still facilitate the same thing, but we would just do that purchase later.
And I noticed on the drawings, they're labeled portables. So are we not even talking about a modular, because that's different?
It's kind of a misnomer anymore, right?
Okay.
Because a portable anymore is a modular.
I see.
Right? Years ago, you could get portables, and they're like some of the ones that we have that they're just wood, and they kind of fall apart, and they're no good. But what we're looking at, they really are modulars. I mean, they're steel construction. We can get different sorts of siding on the outside. We can even as we look at the full modernization project back in the 400s, right? Part of that initial project was to reuse some of the the buildings that we have. They're going to be the ones that are steel framed. They were going to be gutted and redone. What we're looking at now is just purchasing new. Price wise, we're about the same cost, but time wise, we're taking a year and a half off of what it would take to refurbish, because there'd be a whole timeline of them out and then refurbishing them and moving them back in. Where if we do new, they're just ready to go and put into place.
Right.
Additionally, the benefit we get with doing new is that when you get those modulars like that, you know how we have like, 4 of them that are sitting next to each other. Rather than 4 individual modulars sitting next to each other and having, 3 or 4 feet in between them, what you get is a single building that has, individual walls in between, but it's still the modulars or portables, right? So it looks much more like a regular building. So that's the direction that we're moving. But with the interim housing, the timeline to get new is just too long.
Right.
So,
And I recall that when we were having our FMP discussion, that there was a large lead time for modulars.
yeah. Especially if we want to customize them a little
Mhm.
bit and get, all of the, differences on the exterior. Like we don't want to do like the T111. We do more like a regular building on the exterior.
So if we're looking at that for phase 2 of Serrano, right, for the 400s, are we like putting in an order?
Yeah, that would be part of the whole bid package for the modernization
Okay.
project itself.
Got
Is
it.
to, we're already actually, got this in discussion with a few different companies, getting, as we're trying to price it out, right, as we were weighing the price of refurbishing versus new, and is it realistic to do?
And so time was an issue, but also I remember, the foundations for portables. Is it different for a modular?
Well, yeah, in these modules that you can get, the original plan, even in refurbishing, was to put them on grade, right? So you don't have the ramp. You're just walking
Right.
straight from the sidewalk into it. Already the plan to do that. But in modulars, they still have a wood floor. But what we can look at with ordering them ahead and getting the new ones is you actually have a concrete floor inside the modular. So it sets on the concrete slab, but it has its own concrete floor. So you reduce all the noise and, it's much.
And no more ramps.
No more ramps. That was already definitely part of it. Yeah, no more ramps, putting them directly on grid.
Right, okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
I do have
Discussion.
another question. Sorry.
So-
afterwards.
I would like to ask about the walls as well. At Chaparral, they did a redesign on this classroom, and the wall is very thin. You can hear on the other side what the teacher's talking about. So I have a question about: will you be able to hear about the different side of the classroom, or is the wall going to be very thick?
Yeah, and the new ones, yeah, they're soundproofed and they're designed to have classrooms next to each other. Yeah.
Great question, Christopher.
No,
Appreciate
important.
that perspective.
I'm being inside.
Did you have a
You want to
follow-up?
hear the class next door? I mean, if
Okay.
you have a band class next door, maybe it's not going to.
Member Hernandez?
But
You say 14 interim on the plans. It shows 13 units with one being essentially double wide.
that was what we had looked at when we were thinking that if we buy them, we would use that then for the weight room. But we kind of just realized actually this morning that we in our meeting that's not going to work, right? Because we can't get the appropriate, like one of the pieces we would have wanted with that double was one with the concrete floor, right? So there's just not enough time to get that. So we just went back to 14 individual.
So that item number 7 on that second page is the double wide will be number 7 and 8 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the anticipated housing capacity with those 14 units?
Well, it'd be for 14 classrooms, right? There's 14 regular classrooms.
Times 30 students, 35, 40?
Yeah, whatever their normal, depends on which classroom moves out of its location into there. they're the standard classroom size, so they would be able to hold whatever we're doing our regular.
Okay. And then you mentioned that capitalizing on President Behringer's comments there about the 400s, all that work is ongoing now. Quite some time I had asked if there's an opportunity to visit these modular companies and see what their quality is, see their methodologies and stuff like that. Is that opportunity still available? Just we never heard back that we could do that.
Yeah, we can set that up with the two companies that we're in talks with right now. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they'll be happy to take us. Yeah.
Just for your own doing that, you know, a lot of times I will visit them as it's going on, say we buy them custom, but putting all the structure inside so you don't have purpose-mounted things involved. So my team, we go visit regularly to make sure that those POCs, the point of connection, all the raceways are in where they need to be dimensionally.
Excellent. Yeah, well, I would love that opportunity. It's kind of up my alley, and just like to get some perspective on these processes these days.
Yeah, I'd like to see it as well. Okay. Any other conversation? Alrighty. So we have a first and a second preferential vote. And all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? None opposed, so the motion passes. Very good. Okay, that takes us then to M1, Mr. Primo.
All right, thank you, President Behringer. What's before you is the request for a waiver to provide instruction for limited English proficient students. These are familiar to the board in the fact that oftentimes our CTE teachers need to get through their program. So as presented, this teacher will be compliant. This is just a necessary step on the action of the board.
Move approval.
I'll second.
And any discussion? Your preferential vote? And all in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? None opposed, the motion passes. Item M2, Mr. Primo.
Thank you. Before you is an agreement with Loma Linda University School of Behavioral Health. As presented, this agreement will be going on for the next 5 years. It does support various aspects, including our social workers, counseling, as well as school psychologists. So again, as you know, through other partnerships, we kind of broaden out our pool of support in the school.
Very good. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
And any discussion? Your preferential votes? And all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? None opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Item M3, Mr. Primo.
Thank you. This is an updated agreement with Vital Healthcare. This actually allows us to continue to reach out to our partner to bring in LVN level supports for our school district sites. As we continue to evaluate, I've been working with Julie Galbraith, our Director of Health Services, as we look at the ongoing evolving needs of our LVN services. This is an updated contract that will run through the next 2 years and allow us to continue to address staffing shortages that do exist, from simple things like absences when people call off. This is commonly something we call the registry. You may hear her talk about that. Allows us to contract LVN services to come in and support our sites and our students.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I had a question.
Can we have a motion in a second?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Discussion.
I'll motion.
Second?
I'll second.
And discussion.
Just a question on that. In the recommendation, the agenda just says, let me go back to it. Recommendation. Just though the wording is a little strange, where it's basically we're basically we're not replacing, but we're placing these contract LVNs in position for our current staff. And I'm wondering, are we understaffed? Like, do we need to fill positions, or were we only using this contract service once that if there's a temporary vacancy in one of the nursing positions? Or are we supplementing our constant staffing with this contract?
Good question. We do have both. I should be clear. We do sometimes have open positions that we're flying and looking to fill. The other aspect, of course, is the fact that we do have call-offs that we do need to fill just through the natural process of absences. As we continue to look to fill our positions, we do require sometimes that additional level of an outside agency to support. Our goal, though, I mean, to be clear, our goal would always be to fill our own positions. And our reality, though, is being faced with, and I just had this conversation again recently, our own staffing augmented by some additional, support from here really just ensures that we have the coverage that we need. What we're finding is our students are, in the health offices, they're increasing complexity of health concerns. So it allows us that LVN level versus, of course, we can't really just bring in a regular substitute from our pool that might be able to support another program. We do need specialized services, which is why we contract with this type of agency.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, and it sounded like that's what we're doing and what direction we're going. But I'm just trying to predict, where we're going in the future with this. If we need to start pre-planning for a more robust system in our district, or are we going to strategically plan for the future to constantly contract and increase the contract services, or are we going to try to keep it in district and make our nursing staff system more robust? And I don't know, what direction that's heading. Instead of, I just curious, because this seems like a temporary thing, and it sounded like a temporary thing, but is this a temporary permanent thing where we're going to do this every year and say this is just going to help our staff and when they're calling off and when we don't have people in place? But if we're doing this temporary thing every year, then we need to figure out.
It's not so temporary at that point.
Yeah, then we need to figure out how to make our nursing system more, capable of handling the need.
I'd probably respond that I appreciate it because it's almost like you're channeling Julie Galbraith in that. If there's a person who's absolutely passionately in charge of trying to do just that, build our system, build our training, build our capacity, it's definitely Julie. I think we all would agree we would love to have just an abundance of LVNs who would just want to work in our district. We are working with our CSEA partners to kind of look at a classification and compensation evaluation of our overall processes that may bear out a new horizon for us in Snowline. So again, I would like to say, I don't want to say it's a permanent temporary solution. I will, though, state the obvious. The health needs of students continue to evolve. I would say even if we were fully staffed and had great people, I would probably say we would still have a system like this just simply because of the specialty of the needs of the trained professionals that would be coming in support of people.
And fair to say, and just to capitalize on your great comments, in the development of this system, one, it allows students to continue, right, their education. And I love the question too, because in that kind of system-based, I think behind your thinking there, remember, Bristol, is it gives us that opportunity to determine what those system needs are, and then to come back to all of you over a period of time, like we've committed to, I think, the board, to ensure that we're putting in place what's necessary without doing so, without the needed information to share with all of you. So, I mean, great question that you put before us.
Yeah, that was a perfect answer that Sean gave, and I didn't realize that. If we're having specialized people each year for specific issues, then it makes complete sense. So, but if we're just understaffing and having a lower system and leaning on a contract to fix it, then we need to fix something else. So, so great answer. I get it.
I appreciate that, Mr. Primo. Is there a motion? Oh, sorry, we have them first and a second. We already have discussion. Is there further discussion? And we'll go with preferential vote. Very good. And all in favor, raise your right hand. And any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. That then takes us to item N1. Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thank you, President Behringer. Before the board is another regular item, in this case monthly, not every board meeting, but each month we're committed to I'd argue our fifth core value, and that is the notion of fiscal responsibility. And Bill Flynn has headed this piece up. I think what's really important to us in this regard is kind of, I'll go back to maybe a little preview from my last comment, is the notion of systems, right? And as we develop systems, we're looking at anything and everything in service of becoming more efficient, more effective, while meeting the needs of the school district with the resources that we have. And so credit to Bill here. He's been doing this on a regular basis. Here we are in the month of August to provide the first in this school year's update on our fiscal responsibility plan and those systems that are being developed to become more efficient, more effective with all staff and across all of Snowline. So with that introduction, Bill, I'll turn it back over to you for the good work you're doing.
So last time when we talked about it a little bit, remember we talked about green, the orange, and the red, right? We don't want to progress to orange and red. We want to just go deeper on that green level, and so this is going to be kind of that representation of taking things a little bit deeper and diving a little further into different systems and processes. And so obviously our core value, fiscal responsibility, and Bub, if you want to go on to that next slide. Lots of stuff on there, but this is kind of a big picture piece, right? Still in that level one, but we've got that focus on processes and systems, and then of course the obvious increased revenue expenses and the things that fall into each of those categories. And so in that first one, processes and systems, Bub, if you move on to that next slide, we'll get a little bit deeper into those pieces. One, of course, that is moving on from last year, that the transparency and understanding, right? The more that our stakeholder groups understand about the budget, the better off we are. And so the budget task force is going to continue on this year. And the focus that we're kind of looking at this year is really diving into those restricted revenue versus unrestricted revenue, right? We always give a nice big picture. Here's all of our revenue. Here's all of our expenses. Here's our bottom line. And that's true. But when you start peeling back, every single funding source kind of has its own little budget. And so where are we at with each of those funding sources? Years ago, when there was when LCFF came in, right, we were supposed to have a whole bunch of unrestricted local control dollars. Well, over the years since then, a lot of restricted funding has creeped back in. So we have a lot of pots of money that come with their own rules. And so we want to dive into that and see where we're at with all of those pieces. The next piece, keeping the budget tight. I talked about this last time as well, kind of having those three big categories within the budget: salary, benefits, site and department budgets, operational costs, and really making sure we're minimizing the operational cost part, right? So operational costs of the electricity, the water, things like that, they're just always going to be there. We know they're going to be there. They aren't necessarily managed by a particular site or department. But as many things as we can, even if they're recurring type of costs, we want to move them under a site or a department so that there's eyes on those, that there's somebody who's responsible and knows, hey, this ongoing cost, this piece of software, this contracted service, whatever it is, yes, we need this. This is in alignment with what we're doing. Or, hey, no, nobody has really paid attention to that in a long time. We don't need that. And so it's kind of going to give more eyes on that dive in in there. Within my own, fiscal departments, we're going to keep evaluating our own fiscal systems. Really a big couple things, not that these are the only pieces, but one is our purchase orders and our whole purchasing process. As you guys know, we've made a change. We've brought the purchasing, or bringing purchasing back in under fiscal services. With Denise Gleason retiring, we're changing that position to facilities, warehouse and reprographics, instead of purchasing, warehouse and reprographics. So our two employees in the purchasing department are actually physically moving back over here to the fiscal services office and falling under Andrea Padilla as the director of fiscal services. And we're already seeing, places where we're streamlining that process of requisition turning into a purchase order, turning into the goods or service showing up. And we're seeing where, just having them separated, we had redundancies to be able to read. That's going to be a year-long process as we delve further into that. The other piece that we're going to focus on is digitizing forms. Rather than I sign my form and I pass it on to this department, right, we're going to have a digital system where we can have that approval process. And that's going to touch a lot of things district-wide. One big one would be time cards. Don't tell Ashley, but yes, right? Digitizing those types of things. The goal being one that we just have a better process, better system, but reducing the time that our staff is. I look in our payroll department and see big stacks like this of time cards that we have coming in, and then it's not just that it's a big stack of time cards, but not everybody has great handwriting. So ciphering, is that a 3 or is that an 8? And then you got to make a phone call to find out if that's a 3 or if that's an 8. This would help in all of that. But those are kind of a couple of big things that we're focusing on this year.
Is that separate of like biometric time cards?
Yeah, it wouldn't be that. It would still be the employee filling it out, right? Yeah, it's not a common swipe because we don't do time cards for the entire day. The time cards are for extra hours, those types of things. Regular hours, yeah. So it's not a swiping or scanning your eye or something.
That'll help streamline things. That's great.
Yeah, definitely.
Some would be some type of like digital daily staffing. Like you have a roster of the district and every day you know who's at work and not at work. You can just look on your computer at the roster.
Yeah, no, it's not that, right? No, yeah, because again, it's not for the regular hours. It's just I've done overtime. I have to fill out the time. Even our teachers who would, have an overage in their class. Well, they did that by filling out a time. Those type. It's not my regular 8-hour employee.
Sorry.
No. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Any other thoughts on those pieces there? The next one is something to, I know I put establish, but it's to bring before the board, and it's the idea of establishing a foundation, right? A 501c3, a nonprofit foundation. Probably the biggest thing is scholarships, right? If someone makes a donation to ASB or to the school district, even though it's donated funds, it's not taxpayer dollars. As soon as those dollars are donated to an ASB or a school, they become public funds. And so they become subject to the rules of public funds. And so that makes scholarships very tricky. It's not that you can't do them. You can do them through ASB. But it's a more complicated process to do that. Because theoretically, everything in ASB is supposed to be student-driven, student-run, right? So the recipients of a scholarship, it should be the students determining that scholarship. And so if you have some entity that wants to say, we want to give a scholarship to this student, really shouldn't run that through an ASB because that's not what it's designed for. Whereas a foundation gives the ability to have donations to say, we want to donate to this and have it go to a particular student for a scholarship. So it's something that we'll just be bringing forward with more information about the process and what that looks like. But we have a lot of people who want to give money for scholarships out there, and so I think it's valuable.
Interesting. It does require a board and
Yes.
filing incorporation, articles of incorporation.
Yeah, there's a whole process. to go
Secretary of
through.
State.
Yep, all that good stuff. And the structure of that board, that would be what we would bring and discuss here about preferences and who and how we do all of that. So it'll be a process for sure. Something I feel like we wanted to bring forward because we have a lot of desire and need for scholarships for students.
Very good. And that will help grow our sphere of influence with building partnerships. And,
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Right.
I'm fully in favor of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As mentioned, doing the class and comp study with CSEA. That's a piece, and we're adding in management in that, since we're gathering all the data from these districts, and so that'll be a piece that Sean will probably be giving you updates on as we move through that process. And then also just revisiting our COP payment plan, right? Continuing to bring those numbers before you as they happen, to make sure that plan is still functioning and still in place. So we want to just keep that on as a regular update. Any questions on any of those pieces? All right, Bub, if you go on to the next slide, we'll look at the increased revenue piece, right? Very simple. Increase enrollment, increase ADA, increase the unduplicated percentage. We're all good, right? But those are tough things to do. And so falls over here on Dr. Byrne on a lot of that in her departments, that they are very much working on those things. But there's some great things that are out there. One of the things about this recently, that was recently passed was ADA recovery through healing. That'll be a piece that we'll to you guys. We get more information on that one. And then, of course, increasing unduplicated is about those educational benefit forms. Getting those in. Another one is on the potentially grants. I have grants, but we know the big one is the CYBHI.
Well done.
Good. So Dr. Hurst.
She is. CYBHI stands for the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. I'll make sure I got all of that right. But this is something new to Snowline. So this is a way for us to bill back for mental health services. So Dr. Bruce will be looking at this, and she's already started to do good work. So excited to be able to get some revenue from the clinic. We're also looking at other grants too. So it's not the only one that's out there right now. Just know Jennifer Honor and speaking about LTT grants out there. I know she's very quick on applying for those grants as well. So
Is it true on the CYBHI, if I'm remembering, that you can also bill for some of the medical stuff, or is it just strictly the mental health?
then I also have grants that we've gotten from Canada and SOS grants that we've received, and maybe that.
So those are our, increasing revenue ones, and then the next slide, Bub, is decreasing expenses. Obviously, we have our energy management company, and I Synergistics, my little app here. I can go on. What the latest number is. They've updated it. It's showing $123,000 savings to date in the app. But I know in our conversation we just had a week or two ago with them that there's a bunch of stuff that they're still loading into that. So this was as of actually, this is still old, so it's still as of May 1st. So they got to put in all the stuff between May and then. But it's kind of a nice little app that I can just see and click on here, and it breaks it down by school, by utility, and so we can kind of see a real-time picture of the dollars that we're saving. And this next one, this is kind kind of goes back to evaluating all of the processes and systems, right? But as we like we talked about, digitizing forms and looking at the PO process, as we do that, we can get a better picture of what our site and department needs are in terms of staffing. And then we can adjust accordingly. Like if a department is overstaffed or one is understaffed, then we can, through attrition, not through changing things, but be able to look at as we have attrition, or retirement incentives or whatever may happen through, the natural leaving of people. It gives us the ability to then say, hey, you know what we need? We don't need this position in this department. We need it over here, but we have that just happening naturally as we're looking at our system, right? And so that's what that piece is. It kind of seems like a scary one, right? Where we're evaluating our staffing, but it's really more evaluating the processes and systems within our departments to see, because you can get overwhelmed in a department, but maybe that's because we have giant stacks of handwritten time cards that we can eliminate that and, take 15 hours off of our payroll staff's time, and then they can do other types of things. So that's really what this is about. And then, making sure we get everybody sort of in those right places where we need them to be. That makes sense, right? And then this last one kind of connects with that first piece in the looking at the different, as we're given those sites and departments oversight of more of those expenses that are like ongoing ones, and they're looking at contracted services. They're looking at software, ongoing software that we have, those types of things. Kind of ties it back to what we had in the first process. So I think I probably, did what I normally do, and I bit off way more than I could chew in developing this plan. But these are the pieces we're going to tackle, because this is a lot of work. It's really simply put on here, but it's really a lot of work from a lot of different departments. It's just going deeper on it.
I really appreciate it. I like that. I do have one quick question.
Yeah.
Level, the row of level, what
Oh, sorry.
is
Yeah,
that
just
referring
level
to?
one, right? Remember when we talked about, we had level 1, 2, and 3. That's the green, the orange,
Okay.
and the red,
Okay,
right? That's
got
what we got the severity of a financial situation, right? So we're still
in the green.
level 1. We're in green. That's a good thing. We're just going darker green, so deeper dive into our processes.
Fantastic. I appreciate that. Are there any questions or discussion?
I like to have a comment.
Yes.
I really appreciate the grants of CYBHI because it's really concerning for some kids' mental health, how education-wise it can really dysfunction the kid's brain and just lose the encouragement to go to school or even do classwork. So I very much appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll forward that to Dr. Hurst.
I was going to, I had taken or wrote down some notes. I was going to do it for board member comments, but it seems appropriate here. In terms of the increased revenue, increased ADA, obviously a very important thing in our presentation tonight was about providing that hook for some students. Do we have data? Do we have information on how these cohorts impact ADA? Do we know what a student that is heavily involved with the music program, how their ADA compares to students who are not involved in any kind of programming? And can they extrapolate into, like at Serrano, kids that are in clubs that are in part of different involvement? Are there ways to disaggregate that information, that data, so that we can find out what kind of programming is impactful and how can we extrapolate that into a bigger picture and, create a hook for more kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can certainly extrapolate that data. We could do that. So please, we can have a presentation on programs specifically.
I mean,
That would be great.
I mean, much like what I absolutely believe in programming like arts, and what Mr. Dolan was speaking of tonight, how he creates that community, and these kids are just, you just already see it, hear it in these kids. So if we can duplicate that elsewhere, I mean, how amazing would that be? How that opportunity to get kids at a level that makes it that they're like, I'm compelled to get to school now.
I want to. Yes.
Yeah.
I think we often say it, but it's those relationships, right?
And
Mr.
relationships.
Dolan is bringing a relationship to some of these students, and just like athletics, just like
How's athletics doing?
I mean, any of these programs, I think it's the relationships and how we create those relationships with those that may not be doing those extracurricular things is finding how to make those connections.
Yeah. Key Club, these kind of little groups that are more geared to being a part of community, how does that impact? I would love for this board to give that direction, to start gathering that data to see what else we can find out that's going on.
I'm in favor. How about the rest of the board?
Can I jump in here though real
Yes.
quickly? I will tell you, I love the conversation. But let's be real frank. The research is really clear on what you talked about. It's very clear. The more caring adults that folks have, and engage with them, all of the extracurricular activities that we see the athletic director from Toronto High School. We're going to be talking in a few moments about another way to up connections. But I love this conversation. I love what Dr. Burns said. I think what you all are going to be getting at the end of the agenda, this is part of that entire process, is what I would say, right? As you develop your goals and the action plan, then what Dr. Byrne was talking about, what you're mentioning, I think becomes part of this entire year-long cycle, right? That then we build our metrics, we collect our data, and we make assessments on the system, and that becomes that year-long process. And so whether you want it right now in isolation or part of the process, I think it's exciting because I think that is an overall system that all of you have committed to develop. Yeah. And so I appreciate the foresight, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it. I think this is forthcoming, if I can use another word that's somewhere there. So thanks for that. So like I said, we can do it in isolation, but I think my recommendation would be part of the process over time here to best leverage the work ahead here. So I turn that back over to the board. We'll do whatever you want, but that's, I feel like, the puzzle piece here. Dr. Byrne, anything you'd add?
I wouldn't want to dedicate staff to chasing down stats that we already know are like obvious, like, oh, students that are in clubs and sports are more apt to come to school. But where I feel like the important thing would be is what other things that we can add that will capture the students that aren't involved. Like what clubs or what things do we not offer that we could capture more people to get them excited and fired up and come to school. But the ones that are already doing it, and if we run down stats and use our resources into figuring something out that we probably already know. I'm not saying that that's a known fact, but it's highly likely that they're going to have better attendance. So maybe just explore new programs or something.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on board with that. This is all part of that plan and part of that process that we're talking about. I don't think we need to have an agenda item just to discuss all the great programs and how they're bringing out people. However, if it's already going to be part of it, let's bring it back as we continue down this process of planning and goals.
I appreciate it.
Very good. Okay, so that then takes us to item, is there any other discussion or comments? N2, Dr. Bowman.
Yeah, thank you there, President Behringer. Before the board is an approval item. This is an approval item that I will say we collectively have been proud to have each and every single year. It's a resolution recognizing Patriot Day. And so, President Behringer, I'll turn it back over to you in terms of how you want to move forward. We've done this differently over the years, but I would just say again, very proud that each and every single year that we recognize Patriot Day because we feel like it's important as a school district, and we do so through this resolution. I'll turn that back over to you.
Shall we have it read aloud?
Again, I'll look at the direction of you and the board. So whatever is the request, we're more than happy to facilitate whatever you want.
What's the will of the board? Shall we read it aloud?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
And I would like to volunteer Ms. Wadsley
Oh,
to read it aloud.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, it's an honor to be able to read this to you all. So, this is resolution number 26-1757 for Patriot Day, recognizing September 11th, 25. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, more than 3,000 innocent people lost their lives when a calm September morning was shattered by terrorists driven by hatred and destruction. And whereas on that day, terrorists hijacked 4 passenger jets, crashing 2 of them into the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center, crashing a 3rd jet into the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Defense at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and crashing the 4th plane into the Pennsylvania countryside, falling short of its intended target because of the heroic efforts of passengers on board. And whereas the greatness of America shone brightly in the bravery of the victims, in the heroism of first responders who laid down their lives to save others, in the compassion of people who stepped forward to help those they had never met, and in the generosity of millions of Americans who enriched our country with acts of service and kindness. And whereas by a joint resolution approved December 18th, 2001 by Public Law 107-89, the U.S. Congress has designated September 11th of each year as Patriot Day. And whereas in proclaiming September 11th Patriot Day in 2003, President George W. Bush called upon appropriate units of governments and all Americans from their homes to display the flag at half-staff on that day and to observe a moment of silence beginning at 8:46 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time to honor the innocent victims who lost their lives as a result of the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001. Now therefore be it resolved that the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Education hereby recognizes September 11th, 2025 as Patriot Day and encourages schools and communities to observe the day with appropriate remembrances, ceremonies, or activities.
Thank you so much for reading that for us. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
All motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
And any discussion? I would just like to thank our school sites for this ceremonies and recognition of this Patriot Day. I think it's very poignant and very touching. So, we will go.
Can I add something?
Yes.
I've had the opportunity. It's actually pretty awesome to see the involvement our district does have in this. I've had the opportunity to participate as a first responder in Pinyon Mesa's services or ceremonies, as well as Heritage. So it's been kind of an honor for me to be able to step in and be part of that. But also it's neat to see not just those 2 sites, but all the sites participating in this and remembering those who sacrificed so much.
Thank you.
I wanted to add something as well. This day is very memorable day that we can't forget, and it's very encouraging how humans literally just save other humans that they don't even know, and it's just very fantasizing, and it just really encourages people just to help someone out that really needs that little push. So I like to say that.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Okay, and your preferential vote?
Aye.
Very good. All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes. Thank you very much for that. And that takes us then to item N3 for the board policies.
Yeah, thank you once again, President Behringer. Before the board is an approval item, our second review though too. This is the board policies, administrative regulations, board bylaws, and exhibits, 65 of them in total. I want to again take a quick moment to thank Rachel Wadsley in the spirit of the development of effective policies. She's really the one who's been the spearhead of this, and credit to all you as board members because you've committed to this process. Here we are again. And so I'll turn it back over to you, President Behringer, if there are any questions that we can answer specific to this request for approval for these latest recommended updates to our.
Yes, well, absolute thanks to Ms. Wadsley for all of this hard work. And is there a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
who would like to discuss?
Yes.
Board Policy 0441, Artificial Intelligence. More commentary right now, because I know this is going to be an ever-evolving topic, but just want to make sure that we urge to the movement towards utilizing good tools for all of our staff and students. There's an opportunity growing immensely for these opportunities to become out of hand, but also an immense opportunity to use tools that are going to truly transform what the future is for our society. And taking care now to adopt well and to embrace these changes are only going to help our students achieve and to help our staff excel.
I agree. And I have had the privilege of sitting in on county instruction concerning AI. And I will look to Dr. Byrne and ask if you anticipate bringing in more of that training to Snowline.
Thank you for that. Yes, I'm actually the deputy about the AI task force that we have. This task force, so we will be continuing.
Very good.
And thanks, President Behringer, and it's so well said by Dr. Byrne and you too, President Behringer, because you've been part of those county trainings, but they're right here in Snowline, just to clarify that piece. And so I really appreciate you bringing up what you just mentioned, right? There's innovation ahead, and it can be used in a number of ways. We want to use it for the greater good, of course. And so thanks for saying that. And would invite all of the board members, if they ever want to be part of those efforts that Dr. Byrne will be heading up and you've been part of them. I think they've been real valuable.
Most definitely. They're very well versed coming from the county, and we need to be very intentional in how we use these tools. So I agree 100%. Your preferential vote? And all in favor, raise your right hand. And any opposed? So they all are approved as I recall at this point. Amen. And so that then takes us to item N4. Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks, President Behringer, once again. Before the board is another approval, and it's a request to authorize the establishment, as you see right there, for a booster club. And I will tell you, this doesn't come up every single meeting, and really encouraged to see this. I'm really excited to say right here that the request is to support the Cheer and Stunt Booster Club. Would be the hope here up at Serrano High School. We have our athletic director, Freddie Johnson, here, I think, to support this cause. Thanks so very much for hanging around this whole time, right down to the end of the agenda there, Freddie. But honestly, I will share with you that really back in line with what we're talking about, what connects students, here we have an opportunity to connect more kids. And in this case, have a booster club to continue to support the efforts of the Cheer and Stunt students up at Serrano High School. But I'll turn that back over to you to facilitate any questions, knowing that we have before you is this approval item with hopefully the backup that you might need. And certainly we can answer any questions too with Freddie being here.
Oh, okay. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
And a second?
Second.
And discussion?
Yeah, just with, do we have other booster clubs on campus already?
We do, and I can, Freddie, if you're willing to come up to the microphone here, you can maybe help me, I guess, if that makes sense. But football one is one that stands out, right? The band is another one. Those are some of the larger ones that we have. In this case, we're looking to establish a newer one. It won't be quite at that level, but the goal would be to provide funding for them to be able to support what they're endeavoring to do. But Freddie, anything I would miss there when you talk about the boosters up on campus?
Yeah. I just want to make sure, like on Bill's side, we have that all lined out. You know, accept money and spend it and all that through booster systems.
We don't actually accept any money from them, right? They operate separately.
Yeah, it's almost like a separate entity.
Okay.
So, and they do everything under
Yeah. We have the ability to, you know, like if they want to purchase something for the district, say yes or no, we like that or don't like that.
Okay.
And so part of this process is they're a completely separate entity, but part of this process is that they're saying we have the right to go through the books if we want, right? So kind of has that accountability, but they are a separate.
Okay, yeah, I had no idea how it operated. I just assumed that whatever the football team or whatever, oh, we want new polo shirts, and then the booster, and they're going to cost $800, and the booster gives the district $800, and we buy new shirts. But that's not how it works.
No, typically
So
they
the
buy the
boosters
shirts
would
direct.
say, "Hey, we're going to buy the football team $800 worth of polo shirts," and we say, "Okay, thanks."
Well, yeah, I mean they're working with the football coach.
Right.
And Freddie to say, yeah, that's what we.
But they're their own.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Had no idea.
I mean, such great questions. Again, I think they're deemed as school-connected entities, right? These school-connected entities that, in turn, as you said very well, remember, Bristol, we need to be mindful of that, right? Ensure that we're following all that we should. And you see the specific board policies that govern that as well attached here too, that I think were alluded to by both of you.
Yeah, they operate as a 501c3, but every 501c3 has a purpose, and so their purpose is to raise money to support whatever piece it is, right? So in this case,
Cheer and
it's-
stuff.
Yeah, cheer and stuff, right? So yeah.
And I'm appreciative of those families who are stepping up and volunteering their time to do that. It's building partnerships.
I was going to say I'm particularly interested in being the director of Snack Bar. That sounds phenomenal, right there.
That's a big job. Yeah.
That's a great role right there.
Indeed. Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any more discussion?
Yeah, and I would just say, yeah, we're grateful, if you don't mind, just real quickly, because you can see in the audience, we've got the individuals who are making this happen as well. So
Oh,
we're
no
grateful for them as
kidding.
well.
Oh, very good.
So-
Well, stand up
Yeah,
and
thank-
be recognized so we can applaud you.
Director
That's
Snack Bar,
fantastic.
Snack Bar.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, well, you're in store for a lot of work ahead of you. Thank you. And your preferential vote? And all board members in favor, raise your right hand. And any opposed? None opposed, so the motion passes. Very good. Thank you very much, ladies. And that then takes us to N5. Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks again, President Behringer, and I appreciate all of these items, specifically this one, because it really rests at this table, to be quite frank, right? When we think about what we were discussing not too much, or not too long ago, I should say, there was much a conversation around the work ahead, right? And I think as I go into this information item, this is typically the one that we have at the end of our agenda. In this case, it's just before, because we'll talk about the governance handbook next and N6. But when we talk about N5, this item, I want to talk about the good work that you did on August 4th. That's the study session. And you'll see some attachments here that really will, I think, outline the outcomes. And those three attachments in my mind really get at probably the three outcomes that we're endeavoring to get at. Going backward to the study session, in that first attachment, you might recall that we asked you some questions. What are the highlights? What are the challenges? But most specifically in this instance, then we moved forward with the help and facilitation of Dr. Kent Beckler. We got at what the next steps should be for the school year that we're in 2025-26. And you gave us a list of next steps and share with us what were some of the real major priorities for all of yourselves. And so in that first item, what you'll see is where we landed specific to getting all of your feedback into what we feel like are 5 priority areas. Those 5 priority areas are student achievement, I guess in no particular order, but we have put student achievement first there. Strong relationships is next. The bucket or priority of leadership development. Third, safety, health, and wellness would be fourth. And last, but certainly not least, fiscal responsibility and operational effectiveness. Those priorities came from the work that you did on August 4th. So that document is one of the outcomes that we would want you to get at tonight, is just first and foremost to see what you suggested, to see that put into the categories that we just talked about. The second outcome in this item here for information, this information item, I should say, gets at the action planning template. Now that action planning template there, we heard very clearly from all of you, kind of twofold, that gets at the third attachment too. I'll blend these two together. And then in the first case is you asked ourselves here at the administrative level, how can we put this information into an action plan so that we can readily understand the work ahead and communicate that? So we have purely, again, a suggestion here. Please know there's nothing set in concrete here, but an action plan template to start to put the information that you got at on August 4th into a plan here. And so what was also shared with us, the third outcome is, and a little bit connected, well, I say a little bit, it is completely connected, but really I'm jumping ahead of myself here with the governance handbook, but you might recall you had the conversation. Okay, we like the idea of these priorities. We just went through those priorities. But what are those board goals? We've had board goals in the past. In fact, the first board goal, if you think back to days of yore, if you will, continuously improve student achievement, 4 words there. That was the first board goal that we combined with our LCAP goals and put them together. So what I recall all of you sharing with us is, well, what are the board goals? And that would be an outcome for tonight here, ultimately, in my view, is to hear from all of you, what are the real key indicators, the key information, the qualities and the actual information you want in each of the goals within those specific priority areas. And I'll just share with you, if you go into that second attachment, I think before you at all your tables there, you have the hard copies too. It's the colorful one. It's the yellow green, and we see our badge on there, Snowline. If you go into that one, what you'll see there is you'll see those priority areas, and you'll see some just sentence stems. And that is nothing tricky because those sentence stems come from our current combined goals that we have. And those are just starting points, I just want you to know. But when we think about the outcomes here, hopefully one, just to review them, you see your work and you see them hopefully categorized into those 5 priority areas, which in a moment, I'll turn that over to you, President Behringer, but just to review 2, secondly, and thirdly, the action plan here, is this something that would help you? And then in the end, how can we get at the information? If you give that to us today, we as a team are going to be meeting tomorrow. We're going to be with Kent Beckler, and we'll take those indicators, that information, the important pieces you want in your board goals, and we can put those together in the ways that you feel like might best suit all of you, and bring them back on September 9th, I think it is, September 9th, at our next meeting. But I moved a little bit ahead there. That's just an overview of 1, 2, and 3 outcomes, I think, in this information item. And so turn over to you real quickly, President Behringer, because maybe I wasn't clear, and I can certainly clarify at least the 3 outcomes that we're looking for. The first one, again, one last time, would be, do you see your work in there? Is all the work that you did on September 4th in appropriate areas? 2, what about the action plan? Does that seem to fit? And then 3, what information can you give us to whether it be completely strike those sentence stems or expand upon those so that you feel comfortable about the 5 board goals attached to those priorities that will best move this district in the direction that really all of you are responsible for.
So I have a question about the fact that we have a LCAP, and though it has existing goals. And so what is it that's being proposed? I know we annually evaluate what the board goals are, and then they are somewhat aligned. Are you seeking to absolutely align the LCAP with the board goals?
Yeah, I think that's a huge outcome. That's something that we absolutely want. And I would say somewhat aligned. If I can go back that first one as an example, and I know I'm jumping ahead here, but you'll see when we get to item 6, you might remember, again, I'll just go back to continuous improved student achievement. That board goal, we combined it with the LCAP goal and became a combined goal of board and LCAP that that those 4 words are also in 2 sentences worth of the established LCAP goal that we have now.
Mhm.
Moving forward, we would want to make sure that all of you share with us what's most important in the areas of student achievement, specific to how you want to articulate that goal. And absolutely, back to what you said, a really important piece would be for ourselves to align it to our LCAP, align it to the school plans that we're going to be engaged in, that we have a system from the district level to the school sites to the ultimately the students that's aligned there.
Mhm. So then looking at the combined board and LCAP goals page, the
attachment.
leadership development, yeah, the attachment. The leadership development is absent.
Yeah, and that's because if you look up at the top of that document, that's from last year. This leadership development piece came from all the work that we did at the study session. And so you're right, that would be a new standalone piece that we haven't had in the past. Doesn't match, if you will, kind of crosswalk one-to-one, correspondingly, if that makes sense. But certainly no less important there, because these that you're just alluding to there, those 5, are the ones from last year, and felt like, I think we collectively felt like at the last study session, that was really one of the goals here, is for all of you to really focus on the what, to share with us what's most important with all of you. And then as we come back and finalize that with you, and we would work on the how. The what would be ultimately the goals, and then the how would be those action steps, the objectives that need to be completed. And can I just make one more statement there, and that would be a handoff there. Dr. Resma, I know we've talked a lot about this. Is there anything else you'd add to that alignment piece? I know because you and I have had conversations about this and experience with it.
Just drilling it even further. So when you're looking at priorities, taking it to LCAP tells the story behind the priorities, and you have metrics that are aligned to it, and the budget that's aligned to it. That's our accountability piece. And then drilling down even further, going to the site level, we look at the school plans. This says the school plans for student achievement, and then that should all align as well. So creating this will align our entire system together. For the board priorities, it's written in the LCAP, it gets down and dirty in the LCAP, but then specifically the school plans get even more specific for each site.
So well said. And then in the spirit of accountability, you might remember what we've talked about before. At a mid-year time in January, we would have a check-in at that stage. And at that check-in, we've got the opportunity for all of you to come together and hear from all of our site and district-wide leaders about the progress they're making on, theoretically, an action plan that we put together that's aligned to our LCAP. Any other pieces you want to share with that?
Just at that mid-year check-in, that's when it all comes to life. Hear from the site administrators, see the connection, people's with them, get questions. It's sort of like a speed dating. It goes by really quickly, but it comes to life.
So I've heard about this from Kent Beckler. Have you experienced that? Okay.
The clouds open up.
And I questioned him about why it would be that the 5 groups are telling the same story 5 times, rather than like having the board spoken to by them all collectively.
It helps give each site that opportunity to showcase individually what they're doing. For the board, it connects all of the dots. All of our sites have the autonomy to do a little bit different. It's a whole idea. We want them to be individual sites and doing their individual things, knowing that these are the board priorities connected to the LCAP and connected to their sites. So they're all a little bit different. They're all focusing on a different way of doing things. So that individuality comes through, but then that through line, you see it. You see it, you feel it, you hear it.
Well, I absolutely understand that, but by design, there's one board member at a table, and then a troop of elementary school principals come to talk to that one board member at that table. And then there's a whistle, and then they blow and rotate, rather than the board hearing the same information at the same time.
And it adds to the story of each school. So it's hard to explain, I guess, but once you go through it one time, then you will understand. Because it gives each site their own voice, but then the connection of the bigger picture comes through.
Yeah.
So the way that we've done it in the past is the board moves. So the sites stay the same, and we just need the board.
Yeah. And is this fair, Resman, too? And that's root of your good question there. I think that it's really cost benefit analysis. We could have everyone come in and give presentations to the board. I think what you get in the design you just talked about is depth. Yes. Isn't that right? You get further depth. So, in this instance, we're going to have to hurry along. You might not have as much time unless we'd want to go, for a very, very long time. It might be a full day almost. I mean, literally, if you're giving them half an hour times, 12, we put in directors, you got 15 days. I mean, that's 7.5 hours right there. In this instance, you can go into depth individually as they rotate through, I think is one of the benefits you get from that. Is that right?
And the passion. You couldn't have it on your site.
My question with this, and it all looks great. I'm really excited that we're putting this down on paper and it's all scheduled out. I really like it. And then I don't know if this is micromanage or drilling too far or where it lives on this document, but the curriculum that you guys were talking about earlier sounded like we have this curriculum team. It's gaining a lot of traction, and it's in elementary schools, and has it progressed into the middle schools and high schools, and having that curriculum in alignment, so we're keeping those kids on the same path all the way through K to 12 or TK to 12, and does that live like under PLC process? Is that its own thing? Is that its own gear in this machine to get us there under the is that under student achievement? Is it under relationships? Where does that? I don't know where that lives, but I think that is a key part.
Thank you for bringing this up.
Oh, please, yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up. I think for us, we're just getting started with this work. So the curriculum councils this year at the elementary level is our baseline, our starting point. Next Friday is our first meeting. So we're creating the agenda together. We're collaboratively working together to ensure that what we're doing, the initiatives that are coming out of the Student Learning Support Services Office are being received well, and that we're offering our teachers a support of it. So it's like step one, it'll live under the student achievement, but I also see where it can play with the relationship piece that will kind of eventually we'll go to the high school. At that point, like middles and high schools, it'll be more department based. So grade level based. Right now we have representatives for the fifth. At the middles and the high school will be
English, math.
To me, it seems like it fits right on the how to get there on this piece, right? I mean, to me, that's part of that. This is how we're going to get to what we're asking for, and obviously, the administrators are going to pick what we're going to do to get to these goals once we've set them.
Right, because
maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it seems like to me.
We are the what, and they are the how. Absolutely.
And if I may add one more piece too, Member Hernandez, you said very appropriately, I think maybe 2 or 3 items ago. I don't remember how many it was, but that mid-year piece will be the first glance at, I think, at what you're getting at when you talk about the metrics and then what we're seeing in terms of the impact across the system at the halfway point there. So just wanted to make that connection that you, I think, appropriately said earlier.
Oh, I appreciate that. If I could comment one item on the board priorities, the summary page under student achievement, just feels like it's lacking the discussion surrounding significant improvement in academic achievement. It is the number one on the colorful page, continuously improve student achievement through PLC, blah, blah, blah. Whereas in the summary of items, it was never clearly stated that that was a large goal. We need to get after this, we talked about incremental improvements prior to this, and in our meeting, we're talking about significant improvements. Like, we seriously need to get after this, and it's just kind of lacking from that column.
And when you,
Which column are you talking
I think you're
about?
talking about the one underneath.
Yeah, the 5-column page, the first one, student achievement. We're talking about creating a district team, creating data protocol, revisiting district art plan, but never to say significantly improve student achievement, whatever that may mean, through whatever the means are, the how, but the what is, this board wants that achievement really pursued.
Yeah, and I think I feel like I have 2 commas to that, and I'll have Resma probably add some real good depth here too, as is appropriate. The first piece I would say is, very, very much point well taken. You see that all of your whats are in here. You might remember too, we got great feedback from our leaders as well. That information is not in here right now. That's going to be integrated into here as well. And you might, but remember, you got the data though. You might recall we handed the data to you. We gave you so much that day, but we handed the data to you. Those action items, for lack of a better way of saying it, will be integrated. And I think you're going to see, if you recall, there's a lot of references to mathematics and English language arts and so forth. That's the first thing I say. And then the second piece I would also add, and then have our expert really take over here for me. And that would be when we talk about the goal that you alluded to. I think that's a great comment that you make to say, what are the key words that we need in there to ensure that we're getting at the what, the goal of all of you, that really makes certain and clear that what you said is going to be an outcome. That makes sense. But President, what did I miss there?
Right, I think you hit it all there. I think that just the thing I would add is these are it's just a starting point. This isn't a complete list. If you look at it, it's just, think about that little video about boulders, rocks, and little rocks. Have you guys seen it where, put big old boulders in, and then you get the glasses all over the rock. So that's kind of what this is, right? Like, it's just the starting point. We still have to put the rocks, we still have to put a little tea tank. That wasn't empty, so there's a lot more that go into this.
Very good.
I list go through.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are expecting then within the board priorities and next steps for an indication of increased student achievement to be present here.
Well, I think that whole category is that, right? And I think what, and tell me if I'm wrong here, President Behringer, what will happen is we're going to see, and I know forgive me for throwing a lot of documents at all of you, but the one that's in your hand is the first one we talked about. And that's a bit of the brainstorm, right? Here it all is. Here's all your information. Then we'll take that information and start to put it into an action plan like this, if you see so fit. It starts to really articulate clearly what the action items will be. And please know, a lot of it, you're going to go, oh, that sounds smart. It's aligned with the LCAP, right? And things of that sort. But it's all the work from all of yourselves, the principals and directors that all gets, dare I say that, there's a lot of sausage making there, right? We're going to make the educational sausage in service of aligning all this work here. And please, I'm not a finished product now, and I apologize if that really threw people off here. Just trying to share the steps here.
So at what point will we see the action steps, the processes?
That's a wonderful question. I'll be able to answer better after tomorrow, if that makes sense, given that we'll be with Kent Beckler and we'll be doing a lot of work. But also, what will be a huge help, and I'm going to give you all the time that you need. But in each of if we go back to I call it the colorful one, but the action plan, in each of those areas, if you're willing at some point, President Behringer, to either yourself or I'll be happy to facilitate ourselves getting information on those goals, that would really help us get what you want in those goals that will help us tomorrow as we start to then go down the funnel. Is that right, Resma? We're going to be going down that funnel around the idea of then putting the action items there. So the commitment maybe directly to it will always give you the updates each and every single time. I think, no matter of how far we get.
I think something that might be neat is because we're giving the broad statement, we want to see student achievement increase, right? But we're not the subject matter experts. I don't know on what third Tuesday of what grade test to get what percentage and we're behind, right? I don't know any of that, but I want them to do better because we're low. So I think what would be neat is to have the site leadership say, like Annie up and say, hey, we're in our goal, we're committing to increase our student achievement by this percent by this year. And so you go.
I heard that tonight.
And then that site leadership gets with their team and they say, how do we make this happen? I already, I already put us forth with this goal, and basically I already spent the money, or how do we make it happen?
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something that you're going to ask in that group, but then we would have hard numbers and specific goals that we could, or not we, but they could chase down. And at the end of this thing, we'd have something measurable, and then we say, oh, we got 1% increase, or maybe we went down.
Yeah.
But then, I would like to see that come out of some of the meetings, like some actual numbers that we can relate to.
It sounds like you've been behind the curtain. I mean, truly.
No,
I mean, in a good way.
Making
I said that as a
right
compliment.
now
No,
as we go.
I mean, it's actually.
I really
a
don't
compliment.
know what I'm doing.
No, I don't.
But,
I think you know a lot more than honestly. You're pulling probably from your area of
Yeah.
expertise, and there's some alignment there for sure. And so that work will be done. And in
my
the end-
simple brain always goes to the strategic training that I've had for 20 years, and it's leaders intent, task purpose end state. Where's our end state? It's got to be a number. Can we get there? Does it go low? Does it go high?
Yeah, it has
Like
to be measurable.
But anyway, sorry for all the blending,
No,
but I'm just saying that would be neat.
And I think that's where we had, right, resume.
Well, and I do have to say that it is included in the plan. Our school plans already have those metrics, and they do drill down. So actually, I was just looking at this 4 days. I was just looking at yours just the other day, and your school plan is beautiful. So it is in there, but when you look at it up here at this level, you don't drill down that far. But that's my job to do, and that's when I work with our site principals to be able to make sure that their goals are attainable. Because I think the other thing, Trustee Hernandez, is to make sure that they're attainable goals. We want to make sure that let's push as hard as we can. Our expectations have to be all the way at the top because our kids can succeed to that level. But we want to make sure that they're attainable. So what's a good goal for 1 year, and then what's another good goal for 3 to 5 years out, so that we are ensuring that we can attain those goals. But I'm glad that you did bring that up, because we can do a little bit more information for the board. We can provide that information, make sure that when we're doing the mid-year review, that our principals are saying, oh, yeah, these are my goals, and we are doing that, because they are doing that.
Hopefully specificity and clarity, right? I think is a major outcome we want here across today's work. And
So I think what we're looking for then is to update the 24-25 board goals.
yeah, thanks for saying that. And what would be a huge help is if I were to say the second and third attachments, if you're looking at your agenda, is the colorful one, and then the one that's referencing 2024-25 is just a resource. If we were to go through goal number 1 and you see a sentence stem that maybe you don't want, but continuously improve student achievement through the PLC process, that's just to prompt some thinking. If in each box you could give us what's important to you, what are the words, what are the outcomes, what are the key pieces for the board goal, we'll just take that and go away. I feel like if you're willing to give us the right to, yes, thank you. If you're willing to give us the duty to wordsmith it away, and we'll bring it back at the next meeting, that would be greatly appreciated. But we would want your collective thoughts to say, again, the example I have here is like, oh, it's really important for us to continuously improve student achievement. Great, well, I put that in there if you want. I know that sounds leading right now. It's not what I'm endeavoring to do. I just use these as examples. And so if we just went through each item right now, that would be a great help to us. I don't want to take the whole night and kill all of you in that regard, but it would really help us as a takeaway.
Well, I think that what we place here on the strategic plan goal can easily be transferable into our governance handbook.
That's a great foreshadowing for what's coming up here, right? In the end, that's what we'd be able to do. We'd be able to take these goals and put them into the government's handbook. But we would just love your input because, to be quite frank, that's Ryan Holman's work, and I don't want to rely on Ryan Holman. We want to rely on all of you for the what here. That's just my work as suggestions. And we took that from the previous work.
So, anybody have a proposition on goal number 1 for student achievement?
Well, it seems like we've already talked about several things. I mean, I'll just throw out a couple things that maybe we could. I'd like to add in significantly increase. I know Member Hernandez actually brought up we'd like to see a significantly increase of achievement. Maybe that's too strong of a word because how do you measure, that particular thing? But obviously, we want to see a significant increase. We want to see something really change, whether it's continually. I mean, again, we're using wordsmithing, right? Like we're just going to go through and just start hashing at this. The other thing I think is really important from what I've heard is the fact that we want to see a continual, and I'm not thinking the same way that Member Bristol is, but it is the thinking. He just has words that'll fit in is each from elementary school, kind of a pathway, right? Elementary school and alignment, middle school and the high school. There's alignment in there, and I would like to see that in our goals. So increase and an alignment.
Maybe the word significant, I think you shared. Is that right?
I think significant is important, but again, I think that's really hard to use that word. What is significant? Significant to me in my reading abilities might be just 0.1% of a grade level. All right. And that's significant to me. To somebody that, is theirs might be 2 or 3 grade points, and that's significant to them. So I think that's a hard thing to measure that word.
But you're right in that you are going to have those students that can make significant strides because their performance currently isn't up, whereas you can have a high performer and a significant increase to them would be just an incremental increase, so.
Well, and that wasn't to say mine was so minor of an increase because I'm so high level. I was saying opposite of that. But the reality is it is hard to say what is significant. Significant is relative to the individual and very subjective. So I like the continuous growth. I like the alignment between each grade level, if you will, or each school site. I think those are important.
Yeah, and Clerk Lafayette, I appreciate that. You kicking us off. We're just looking for what are those key indicators that you want, key words that you would want within these goals. I mean, great start there. And then you kind of look back to you unless you want me to facilitate.
Yeah, more ideas?
And I've already said and talked about it and we discussed it, and it's in the goal 1, but it's just rigorous curriculum, it says in here. So the curriculum piece, I want to, like that team alignment curriculum that you're talking about. I don't know what do you guys call it? Yeah, that thing. Should be in there.
Oh, no,
I mean, it's already in there. The goal looks great. I read it again and I'm like, man, whoever these guys put this together were good. But
it's a lot though too.
It is a lot. It's a lot.
I think
and if we just put this over here with it, we didn't gain anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I liked it the way it is.
I
Broad
would be-
strokes, and then you guys figure it out.
I would be real happy if we had a goal that specified the reading and math scores, increasing reading and math. I think if we targeted those 2 areas would be helpful.
That's such a hard thing to me because I think the social aspect of increasing people's social aspect in the school system is so important because it will advance them so much in life in general. So, I hate to be so specific in just 2 categories, if you will, because I think it's important some kids are going to really excel in math, and because of that, they'll excel in music, but they're not going to excel in, science or in reading. And it's just hard to say just looking at two topics. I think it's hard.
Because again,
And making that as a goal is all of a sudden it's like, man, Corey Lefebvre's failing once again at these goals because he is not getting X, Y, and Z, but we're not measuring his other topics because that doesn't matter to our goals. And I think that's a mistake we make if we get so specific on those two categories, if you will.
Member Hernandez?
Yeah.
You're a friend we haven't heard from?
Well, I mean, that conversation just makes me think how often we teach to the test. CASP is so important. We want to increase CASP. But the reality is that education is far more than a test. Education, you can be measured so many different ways, and maybe that's our goal. Maybe we develop a measurement system where we can appreciate every student for the greatness that they have, that is inherent in them, and develop everything else along the way.
And I think that comes based off of what I've learned a little bit about is the PLC right rather than the PLC light. I know that that's kind of something we hear a lot of, but the PLC program, or at least from what I gather, is exactly that. Every teacher in the system is trying to address their specific student needs, not just as a fourth grade class, are we successful? It's every teacher coming together and saying, hey, this isn't working for my kids. How is it working for yours? Well, that's not working for mine. This is what we're doing. We shifted it because that didn't work for mine. And I took a little bit of liberty and just started moving forward. And this is what is working. And then talking about that and making those adjustments. That's how I understand PLC, at least.
Yeah.
Well, so we have a student achievement heading that we're looking to place a goal within that. I like it being elegant and simple. I think that the wording in the combined LCAP and
LCAP combined goal number one.
and board goals is quite verbose. There's a lot there. I'd like to simplify that.
What about incorporating some of the verbiage from Portrait of a Graduate to make sure that all these documents get tied together? Because we worked hard on this one, and I know it's in the notes about how we're moving forward, but our academic is about college and career ready. It's about hardworking, knowledgeable, academically prepared, financially literate. It didn't say, amazing at your math CAS score. It didn't say, these current metrics that we have. So how does student achievement link into what we expect these kids to leave our district as?
You said college career ready, right? Strong one that stands out there, right? Relative to student achievement. And these are all really helpful bits of feedback.
Yeah.
And again, what other whats are there for you? This is helpful because I know the wordsmithing gets hard, but we can certainly come back and it's.
I mean, this is a new one I'm throwing out to everybody about incorporating this idea, but I want to make sure that this stays alive. I want to make sure that this is a living, breathing document that gets incorporated all over the place. Because if we truly believe in this, it should be a part of everything that we do. And if goal one is student achievement, and we want kids to be college and career ready, that doesn't mean everybody leaving here is, doing AP tests, going off to college. It means that they're motivated and inspired in life and a skill set to leave here wanting to go do something, whether it's welding or going to college, whether it's construction, carpentry, or going off to a trade school. I mean, there's so many options. So student achievement, again, goes back to the idea, it's not about a single score. It's not about that. It's about have we developed this child into the best that they can be with all the nuances that they've come to us with?
I feel like goal 1 lends itself to academics, and goal 2 is more the portrait of a graduate. The character, the communication, collaboration, capable citizens, resilient learners, community contributors. I think that's where they learn that, is through the pro-social aspect of the education process that we're offering them.
Well, goal 2 here is going to change into strong relationships under the new strategic plan goal. That's very
Which incorporates pro-social learning.
It does,
environment-
absolutely.
Environments.
Yeah.
It might.
Yeah.
If we choose to.
That's right.
Right, right. So do we want to simply leave goal 1, continuously improve student achievement, until we can come back and revisit once we've gone through 1 or 2 of the other goals? Just so that we're not stomped on number 1.
Yeah, I can take that lead. Yeah, and I want to just say I commend you. I think we've got some really good starting points that we could really do some work at this already, if that helps you. So don't feel like we've got to hold you hostage forever, but I think you made some strides. Oh, it's out. Think the same way?
No, I think I was thinking this too. I don't want to get bogged down in the minutia.
Yeah.
That's right. That's so easily we can do that. And we have a whole these different documents that are guiding the work.
Right.
We just go back to the vision. I was like,
Exactly.
Find the
Okay.
vision of Snowline. And
Yes.
I'm going to read it to you. All students graduate educated, inspired, and prepared to realize their hopes, dreams, and purpose. That's what leads the work. So
Yes.
whether that's in continually increasing student achievement, using data-driven practices, that's our job to do next. We'll take that and run with it. It could be as simple as that.
Yeah, it's well said. And I'll steal a term that you use. What are those bold whats? And what are the bold whats that become all encompassing in these 5 areas? Easier said than done. Right?
Sure.
But hopefully those are some prompts as we move to 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because unless you have other ones you want to share, I think you're giving us the information. So it's a lot of pressure putting on all of you, right? The whats, but you're getting pressure.
So shall we leave goal 1 and visit goal 2? In
Yes.
terms of strong relationships?
Yeah. What's most important in that regard, from that prompt to anything else? And then I know you can see the combined goal number 2 as well. I mean, there are 2 sentences there as well. And that's pretty lengthy. It seems like there's a collective commitment around being concise. Being memorable almost, right? Smaller makes it memorable, makes it more meaningful.
I think ultimately we are driven to meet the needs of all of our students, pro-socially and academically.
Social needs. What other whats stand out in this area? Really important.
If I can maybe address the wordsmithing part really quick. Does our community understand what pro-social means?
Question.
Is there a better definition of it? Is there
More user friendly. Yeah. Yeah, we can work on it. Sure. That's inspiration for all. Yeah, we want to make it meaningful, for sure.
And
meaningful and
I
accessible?
think that, not that we would incorporate MTSS into the verbiage of our goal, but MTSS is a critical component of this, and all of the encompassing initiatives that accompany that are the cost and the SART and the, all of the initiatives that.
You want the concept behind MTSS,
Right,
Sure.
right.
Yeah, that's a great help, for sure.
I think that, we have a lot of initiatives in place that need tightening up.
multi-tier?
Well, supportive systems that we have, right?
No side conversations. Come on.
Defining what MTSS is.
Oh,
Everyone's using
multi-tiered
some acronyms
system
again,
of supports.
once again.
Yeah. He doesn't have the updated acronym book.
Oh, right.
2025.
It's the decoder.
Yes.
It's not necessarily I don't have it. I just might not have familiarized myself
Of
with
course.
all of it
Yes,
yet.
yes.
But I'll do better. One of the things that I think of is just the opportunities to be engaged in social atmospheres with the community that serves our area. And that's, to me, I think those are important aspects. I think we've talked about those relationships, and the relationships go deeper than just at the school. They happen outside the school in environments that we sometimes don't have control of, but are we encouraging those relationships or those opportunities through the community to get those social skills, if you will. Obviously, like, it would be awesome to have more work opportunities for kids if they so want them. That's not something we really can control in some ways, but we can encourage businesses to have opportunities and then, make sure that we're doing our part in allowing students, giving them the opportunity to have work permits and stuff like that. However, there's also a lot of red tape that's pulled up because of different laws and different stuff like that. So I know,
Indeed.
But
Yes.
are we at least encouraging it? And because there's some employers that would be happy to, but may not know the process to making it happen. And I think that's part of those relationships. And I think this new 501c3 that was just created builds those relationships. And they're, a new one that Mr. Flynn just brought up, having an opportunity to have another source of income coming in for scholarships and stuff like that. In more board members, allow more community members to be involved in doing that. So.
Absolutely. Greater participation from the community.
Yep.
Yeah.
Reading the goal, it makes me think of the relationships that need to be developed, because there's lots. Of course, staff to student, when the student feels engaged, appreciated, and safe, they do better. But we need.
And they show up.
Yeah. But we have staff to staff relationships.
Mm-hmm.
We have student to student relationships. And then we have all of those relationships with the parents and families. Part of that is great welcoming environments. I'll point out Vista Verde since they're here, but you walk into their office and their staff is happy and pleasant and happy to receive you and talk to you, where we don't have that same at other sites. So you've created a welcoming, engaging environment and building relationships there that need to occur. So building strong relationships is going to be a tall task, but an important one for student outcome.
I know that I've probably drilled this so many times, but I think if people are professional, that feeling of being welcomed into a site is almost automatic. If we just remember to be professional, to do the things because it's the right things to do, not because I've been told to, but this is a person that I'm
You're
interacting
free,
with.
you're pleasant, you sound interested in what they have to say. But then the student to student aspects, I'm proud of Serrano and the steps that they take with cell phone usage and hopefully increasing student engagement, passing periods at lunchtime, allowing kids to do that and develop those social skills once more. So many, many aspects to this one goal. I mean, it can turn broad really quickly, but I think every facet of it is super important.
I mean, they're all great.
Yeah, I mean,
Great bits of help.
the column in the summary, marketing plan, that is broadcasting to community and families. The videos, that's going to be communicating to students and families. uh, website, alignment of students' intervention and attendance, marketing, professionalism. All of these are just so important, but developing pro-social learning environments. Yeah, that seems like it targets the kids, but we've got to target everybody.
Thank you.
And on the combined board and LCAP goals, number 3, educational partnerships, speaks to developing, implementing, and improving an inclusive process to increase community engagement, increasing parent and guardian participation, improving customer service and communication, and enhancing the sense of welcomeness to all schools and departments. That's essential. We need that. So that should be incorporated.
I almost feel like the wording in that one could fit a little bit better in the strong relationships than this pro-social learning,
Right.
Information there. I know we're taking 2 documents and trying
Well,
to merge them, which is fine, but
MTSS does target pro-social learning. It absolutely does on this combined goal number 2. So, when we're talking about strong relationships, when students have the ability to demonstrate self-regulation and all of those things that we learned through CASTLE, brings positive interactions socially.
I feel like you've given us a lot there. I don't want to cut you off, though. No, I mean, a lot to work with, truly. Giving us the information we need. Is there any others?
Oh, you've got something else, I see it.
No, really pleased with our process. It's enjoyable.
It is,
Yeah.
it is. It's fantastic.
Does that mean maybe leading the leadership development, number 3? A few highlights there that use that STEM for whatever it's worth, and say yes, no, maybe so to that, and anything else. Just please give us those real key points, because hopefully I've got a great team and they're going to help me make these work out well.
I think I might like to not restrict leadership development to administrators.
Thank you.
But
Professional development, period.
indicate professional
Yeah.
development to promote administrators' abilities as well as teachers and staff.
you could go right into students, because the students are
Absolutely.
developing their leadership skills right there at school as well.
Look at our FFA kids.
And I
You know
really do
that.
believe, and it's clear across the board. I think you could get it from every single extracurricular. You could get it from inside the classroom. I mean, every teacher probably knows who their leader is in that classroom, every single period, and knows they could count on if something's going awry, they could probably tap into that leader that's in that classroom and say, hey, could you help me out with this?
I'm sure they
We
call them
really
on that.
could
Yeah.
use a little bit more structure. Can you help us? And they could guide that right back into the best environment. So I would say one of the pieces, I think, that if you just added it right to the back of that sentence is through accountability, which we've talked a ton about, but that accountability piece drives leadership in so many different ways. From the students' accountability, obviously we're seeing these students at the high school. If we use the cell phones, they're being held accountable to not have them. Are we then holding the teachers accountable and the staff accountable to doing the same thing? And it goes up and down both sides. So
leadership at all levels, accountability.
Yeah, it makes me think of training we did at work where, we all said that leadership doesn't mean you're a leader. Leadership comes from any position and anywhere.
Right.
From, the custodian, being a wonderful leader and connecting with folks there, to your campus monitors, to absolutely every single person has an opportunity to lead. In leadership development, must be staff-wide, administration all the way down to every single staff member. And especially for our teachers, about professional development and all the education and training that they need.
Yeah.
I like the sentence stems for both goal 4 and 5.
Yeah, popping down to 4 then. Yeah. And then everyone.
I don't
more
know,
on
do we
3?
have more for 3?
The only thing I would say is once a decision's been made, somehow if we incorporate that as the plan or something is, once a decision's made, and everyone's got to support that decision. It does no good if there's a rule that's placed and only half of the staff follow it and are consistently following it. Man, everyone's got to be on board. There's got to be enough respect for one another to follow through with whatever that might be. I know that's broad, but you could even go back to that cell phone thing. If they're going to say it, everyone's got to do it. You can't have one teacher allowing cell phones in the classroom and 10 other ones saying no. Respect, clear across.
So looking.
Our poor administrator, I know he's got to get up at 3 a.m. tomorrow there. So
Oh, you
he
better
got out
be
if
at
you needed to
home.
there. Yeah, the whole homework.
He's like, this is too much fun.
Yeah.
I like
It's
doing
his,
that.
it's his first dose of Ryan Holm. He's like, oh my gosh, what did I get into here? Right?
This is the first
Yeah.
dose?
Yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Lucky Wilson. Anyways, I know he's.
So are we good? Let's look at goal 4 on the safety and health and wellness. What are your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, just use the restroom. You talked about the STEM too. There's some things maybe you liked, as you said.
I
right?
do.
So maybe
I do.
we'll
I
emphasize ones you
like
liked.
it.
What's that?
Creating secure, supportive environments that prioritize physical safety and overall well-being.
Yeah.
It is sad a child cannot learn if they don't feel safe and secure. And we also need that for our adults that are working.
Yeah. I mean, just a comment that I'm so proud of so many sites developing their student wellness centers. Quail's got it, this has got it, Serrano's got it. I mean, all these places that put high priority on a space where kids can just take care of themselves, and allow to be taken care of, momentarily, get back in shape, get back to class, because you're in a good place now. Very proud of all our sites working really hard towards that. I want to make sure that the administration here, this board is still supportive of that, and make sure we don't, take away those opportunities. I know we run out of room, but we need to make that a priority.
I'd love to add in somewhere with, a respectful environment. I think that creates safety in and of itself.
Yeah. Civility. Overall civility would be nice.
Thoughtful thinker, respectful contributor, willing to understand all these things in our portrait.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all in there.
It sure is.
Okay. What tweaks do we want for goal 4?
Taking care of ourselves, being respectful environment, civility, what did you say? Something like the STEM too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like those.
Member Bristol, any changes to 4?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it gets you to 5.
Okay,
There
here
it
we
is.
go. Final stretch.
Magic number.
And I
Thoughts
really
on
like that one. Just, it's
The
succinct,
STEM you're talking
it's
about.
elegant, yeah. Maximize resources through transparent budgeting and effective systems.
What else might you
All the rest.
All rest.
I do like financial stability and balanced budget to be a part of that. Not necessarily a goal, but part of the action steps, the processes.
With Bill at the helm over there. I think.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man.
Of course.
Let's
And
get this thing
I-
wild. We got plenty of
I like the long-term planning, strategic resource allocation from the combined goals sheet.
Yeah, thanks. Just to support, you'll see that fiscal responsibility is one of those actions that supports it.
Mhm, mhm.
I'm going to point that piece out. Great. I mean, great feedback. Any other? This is super helpful.
We're all on the same page with this.
Yeah.
Building.
It's fun, huh?
Yes.
This is a great discussion.
And I'll say super helpful. I know this is, a little laborious, we slow ourselves down, but this will allow us to go faster in the end. I think this will be that kind of the one time that we slow down at your level. We'll be doing the work coming away from here. And so please tell me if I'm jumping ahead too early here for all of you. Next steps. Is that too soon? As compared to the rest of the team? Is that okay?
One thing on the achievement, I would like to see
Student
the,
achievement at the
yeah,
top.
back to number one. I think closing the gaps between our groups is important. We have
And not by lowering the top one.
right. We want to raise all of them.
Good. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. So I did capture that too. Super helpful. Any others?
Just one thing, and I think it's probably in the fiscal accountability, and you can put it under effective systems, but and I'm sure that I'm sure that you guys are doing this and our leadership's doing it, but I know like different software programs or different
Digitizing.
yeah, or digitizing, but streamlining the district to have to be using the same software, the same process of things, so we're not, every site is not paying for different programs and different everything, and because that stuff can add up when you're one place is using Adobe and you got to pay for subscriptions, and then you got to pay somebody to track down who paid for that, and what the finding all of that stuff could create problems, and it's not efficient. So I don't know if there's a way to capture that other than you guys already know that's not efficient. You're not working on fixing that stuff. Maybe there's no problem, but usually in every business there is that problem.
I'm pretty sure there is that issue here with our district.
Well, yeah, I think credit to Bill. I think he's done really well to start to narrow that piece there. I heard you talking about alignment, right? I think one of the pieces that you're talking about, they're aligning our efforts that then leads to operational efficiency, which leads to the work that I think Bill has been doing, and that is trying to ensure.
Yeah, not even specifically
our
in
resources.
instruction, because maybe some school really wants some program and everybody's on board and PLC gets together and
And
they're
they
like,
love it.
we
They all
want this
use it.
program, and they're like, okay, get it, go teach those kids that program.
Right.
But I'm talking about like on the business side or what.
Yeah,
if
right,
we're
there are
using-
opportunities, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, economies of scale almost, right? And probably not the language we want to use there, but I think that's the mindset.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's hard for me.
maximizing every dollar, right?
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's hard for me because I'm like an operator. I'm a fixer. I'm not a strategic planner. So I'm not in this column really well, even though that's what I'm supposed to be doing here.
Well, no, I think you're doing fine.
I need to be like down the column.
I think there are really some pieces that I took from that. So thank you for that. I'm looking for sure.
So I think our end state, to use your words,
There you go.
on student achievement is we want to see increases in student achievement.
For sure. Thank you for that. I'll add that piece as well. And can I give an end state? Your end state? So our next steps would be that we'll take this information. We're 2 weeks away from our next board meeting. Between now and then, what we'll do is we'll really try to formulate our best efforts around these new goals, right? We'll give them to all of you, and just as a precursor, I think one of the best questions we can ask is how do we make it better, if at all? We'll ask you, how do we make this better? We'll get that to all of you. Tomorrow, what we'll be doing is not only the first steps in that regard, but we'll be taking the beginnings of this plan itself and start to fill in action plans and doing that work so that 2 weeks from now and every time thereafter in some way, shape, form, we'll be able to present to all of you the progress in getting, not just filling the document out, but making it come to fruition, right? The work that needs to happen in terms of alignment across the entire system with our school plans, so that all of you as a board, all of us as a collective learning community understand better what we're endeavoring to do, can see how we're going to get there, and then measure if we are getting there, and then make adjustments along the way as necessary. That's what my helmet says. But Rosamund, what else might you add to that? A stunned silence over there. Not to be talking too much. But in all seriousness, I think this was really helpful. I know it gets a little long. My apologies, but this is a huge help here for us to be able to do. So, thank you, President Barringer.
I am thinking that if you make them available by the time of our next board meeting on the 9th.
Them meeting the goals?
The goals,
For sure.
the draft of the goals, that we can then potentially review and approve them to be inserted into our next agenda item, the governance handbook.
And maybe we could order them that way. Would that help you?
Yeah.
And I kind of tried to do that a little bit here today. It was a little bit overly, I guess, overly enthusiastic about getting there today. But if I'm here the next time, right?
Right.
We would present those goals, you revise them, and then you could work on inserting them in the next.
But otherwise, I mean, we can go through the handbook and look at the other various items that need to be updated, but I don't think content-wise, there's a lot to be revised, but I could be wrong. So.
Move it to N6 there? Item N6,
Yes, so, but are we good on N5? Everybody?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. So, looking at N6 then?
Yeah.
We have the governance here.
Yeah, thanks so very much, President Barringer. You gave us a great lead in here. This is the annual process that we do go through. Now, credit to all of you. We typically take care of this in July. We put a delay on this so that we could build out these board goals. They're not ready yet. We feel like we'll give you really good versions at the next meeting. But I think I heard you mention, President Barringer, if you'd like, we can go through some. There's some very obvious changes that we would put together there that I think are very simple, starting on page 1. But again, please know that's last year's version, and that's purposeful that we have not made those changes because we're waiting for you all to go through this process. We can do some of that now. It might be really quick, or we can push it off to the next meeting, whatever's the will of the board here.
Yes.
I'd suggest next, just because then we'll have a little bit more guidance with information. That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Agree.
All in favor?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Then we will table this item to
Bring it back
September
again. Is
9th.
that okay?
Yeah.
Bring it back maybe in the same format here, the two, one after another. Yeah. Thanks again to all of you.
All righty.
Went through that process.
Where does that? So it takes us to board member comments. Oh, yes. Okay, we'll start with Member Bristol and board member comments.
I don't have much. Good teamwork tonight, and everybody seems like the school year's kicked off, and everybody's doing great. I'm excited about these strategic goals and plans. Seems like everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, so that's it.
Very good. Member Lefevre, Clerk Lefevre, sorry.
I would like to, one, what a great presentation. I'm a music guy, so to me that was a little extra special. I love the fact that we're getting some students back into music and providing another avenue of connection. So I think that's always good. Also, it just brings so much joy to people's lives. I think, generally speaking, you don't go into a place in public that doesn't have some type of music playing in the background. It goes to show it has a dynamic effect on so many things in our mind. So anyways, with that, the other thing, I look over these goals, I think about what we talk about all the time, our people matter. I had the thought the other day of somehow doing a spotlight. We bring in the students every board meeting. It's a great thing. I would love to see that we somehow capture and spotlight a staff member and have, I don't know what that really looks like. I have a few ideas, but to me, I just think it'd be neat to spotlight them. I'll say in June, maybe it was May's meeting, At the end of the meeting, I brought up the fact that, hey, I don't know if anyone knew, but Mr. Quinn worked for NASA on the Challenger space shuttle. I just think that's such a cool little piece of information that if the students knew, if other staff members knew, it just brings to light a little bit of insight to people's lives, whether it's that or whether it's that they played volleyball in college or they played football, they were a coach at a D1 school before they came to our school system, whatever it might be. I just think that it might grasp and shed a little light and help us be connected with our staff a little bit more, not just us, but all of the people that tune into the YouTube channel at some point in time. And maybe it just gives us an opportunity to show that our people really do matter. So I don't know if that, I guess that's a recommendation. If we could somehow capture that, I would love to see it. Along with that, I part of me, this is my own fault, but I don't have a ton of sports memorabilia from the district. I don't have a ton of, I mean, I guess I could probably dig deep into my archives of high school years and pull out my cheerleading, outfit or something. I don't know. But the reality is, I just think I would love to see that we have a store. I know that Serrano has a store they can go to and get school apparel, but it would be neat to see that we have a district apparel site we could go and pick up a polo shirt or a light windbreaker or a jacket or something, or maybe even we offer that to the person that we're spotlighting as a little gift. I just think it'd be neat to see some of these our staff members see us a little bit more intentional in our pride for the district, and seeing people wear more things, see people want to go to a off-site training leadership class and know that they're from Snowline School District and they're proud to be part of Snowline School District. So to me, I'd like to, I guess, propose that as maybe an opportunity that we look into further. I am extremely happy to be part of the district. I always have been. And I think marketing as one of our goals, some of those things that we talked about, that markets some of the great things that we do at this district. I'd even like to go a little further from the spotlight of the district, is maybe at each site they start spotlighting an employee, and whether they do it through an unusual opportunity, or they could lead it in their beginning of their announcements. Hey, we want you to get to know somebody. We're going to throw this information out. This person was X, Y, and Z in high school. This person was, an everyday lead up to Friday. All of a sudden, they say, "Did anyone guess who this person was?" It is so and so. Again, there's different opportunities and different ways to do it, but man, it would be good for us to help people recognize that our people matter and they have a story behind them, and that story includes the place that they work or the place that they're going to school. So other than that, I know there was a lot to be said, but I'm grateful to be here. Thanks for being here, sitting in with us all night. And congratulations and thanks again for being here as student board members. Thank you and welcome here.
I loved your comments. Those were great ideas. I think someone should take and run with them. Those were great. Member Hernandez.
Thank you. First and foremost, welcome, Tony and Chris. Excited to have you on board. You can't tell, I think most of us are really excited for this year. We've got so much that we're working on, and really happy to have you as our voices from the students for all that we're going to be doing. We've got amazing few years ahead of us, and this is the start of it. So welcome, and I hope you guys enjoy your year and really take advantage of the position. Thank you, Quayle, for your presentation tonight. Thank you, Principal Bartlett and Mr. Dolan for coming out and highlighting these great arts that we do, because it is incredibly important. I've said it before. I'm an engineer, but I understand that not everyone learns in one particular way. And when we provide those opportunities for students who hear the world differently, I think we just make it better for everybody. So thank you very much for that presentation tonight. Kind of along the lines of your recognition, is an item that I would like to ask for consensus tonight. I would like to take the opportunity to recognize Mrs. Jenny Trujillo from Vista Verde Elementary School. She had spent the summer hand painting a mural at the school site. It has not only beautified, what was already, a blossoming and developing environment, but just a really warm, welcoming, creative little environment. So I would really like to, the opportunity to publicly recognize her in her efforts and her appreciation. So I would like to ask the board for consensus to bring back a formal recognition at the next meeting.
And will you promise she will come?
I
We get
can't
to
promise
meet her.
anything. I'm not in charge of people, but I don't know, just the energy that she puts into everything she does at Vista is pretty dang amazing. And, hopefully we can do a little slideshow on it and, show off what she's done. It's really beautiful work, but I don't even know how many weeks it took for her to do it all on her own dime, on her own pace. It was just an amazing thing. So
A labor of love.
yeah.
That's wonderful. I'm in favor of
I'm
that.
in favor of it. Could we also add something on the website that actually can capture that
Right.
image and give a little blurb of how it got there? I mean, that could happen after the next board meeting, if that's what we want. But and I think utilizing again the technology that we have is always a benefit.
I love that. Are we all in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
That all came from the idea that first 9 days down, 171 to go. Keep up the good work. A lot of positive energy on campuses. Looking forward to all this year has to offer. My final item here is I did attend the a little video or virtual presentation on the CSB Educational Workforce Housing Workshop last week. So took some time out of the day, sat down. It wasn't very in-depth, though, I guess, if it's leading to a larger conference, larger seminar. I guess I don't want to give away all the little secrets that they
share a
want.
lot of details.
Yeah, not a whole lot, but I would be really excited to continue my investigation on what these opportunities might be, and if an administrator is so willing to join me in that, I would once again ask for board consensus to allow at least one, if not multiple, attendees to the CSB Educational Workforce Housing Boot Camp occurring October 24th. And it will be local, so it's not overnight trips. It's just a one and done, travel down, travel back. So just ask for consensus on that matter.
All in favor? Okay, you got it.
Yeah, and I think we've even, Bill Flynn has been even very much at the ready to do that. So thanks very much for that, Bill. So if the two of you, we're set that way.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody.
And so I am loving the music program. Mr. Dolan is very gifted with our students, and I appreciate all of his efforts. Music is the universal language, and like we heard with that student, I mean, he's just hooked. He loves his guitar, and so, it's a wonderful draw. And if we could follow that, we'd be millionaires. But I would like to welcome our new student board members. Thank you for agreeing to participate with us. And it's going to be a great year. Looking forward to it. And so now it's your turn to share. Do you have comments you would like to share?
So I want to thank you first. It's a really honor to be a part of this team. And as well, I just feel so eager just to have a voice for all the students around the Snowline Joint District. But I would like to add a comment about my school. So Sharpboro High School is starting off strong. I would say so for myself. I've been acknowledging that students appreciate this new schedule that's going on. As well, the no phone policy is a move for this year. I approve. It's actually helped the students on maturity and as well academic wise. What I mean by academic wise is when students pay more attention to the students and actually have like pure attention of communicating with other students during passing periods or even during at lunch. But although I have this one complaint, there's this teacher called Mr. Grego, a science teacher. He hasn't been attending to the school, and I fear that not with the right guidance for the students, there's big assignments that he's been assigned, and just it doesn't really help us students to understand the full assignment because we just have no one to teach us. So we should be having substitute teachers. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And Tony, you're not on the spot. I mean, you don't have to share.
I think I gotta follow that. I don't know how to follow that one, but I just want to say it is an honor to be here today, and I was thankful to given the opportunity to have a voice for the schools. And I just first want to say thank you to our new athletics director up here. He does wake up pretty early. He's a busy man, always on the move. So I just want to say thank you for staying this late and listening to everything we've had today. And I just want to say I'm loving how Serrano, we're moving to be a bigger and better community. Our ASB has grown over, I think, 45 more students. We have over 110 students this year. And 2 classes, 2 advisors. We're getting bigger and better. Our link crew on campus are the ones that are with the freshman partner up. They're doing amazing. They just did a root beer floats with them. It's going amazing. Our film academy has been doing spot on. Skills USA, their nationals team, they're just doing everything's evolving. From what I've seen over the past years I've been at Serrano, I'd say it's been evolving in some ways way better than others, because the team effort that everyone's putting in at the school is just way better. And like the phone policy, as Christopher was saying, I don't approve of it, but I'm one of those kids that not lives off their phone, but I'm involved in so much things. I'm a CTA ambassador, Skills USA cabinet member. I'm on different things where I do need it, but I also can lose the connect. Like I'm like, you know what? I'm pretty sure I can answer emails from a laptop. I don't need my phone right there, because once you have your phone, you're like, okay, you get a notification. Oh, look at Instagram. Oh, look at this, look at that. So I'd say the phone policy is helping our school a lot, and everything just in general has been going way better. I know our activities director up here, ITA for their up in the office for them. And just the other day, there was like, he was running everywhere, and he kept getting phone call after phone call. 2 buses were late, this and that. He was like, he was losing it, but then he got control of it, fixed everything. So I'd say as a new activities director, that's something I admire, because your head spinning, you're doing 110 things, and you managed to get all of them done. So
Thank you for your comments. It's wonderful. Mr. Flynn. Tough act to follow, right?
I know, right? No comment. I love the presentation from Quail, the music, love from the students. I just want to say thanks for Jeff again for being here once again, being ready to answer all of our facilities questions, and welcome you two gentlemen, right, Christopher. I love how you're diving right in and taking the opportunity to give that student.
Terrific. Dr. Bird.
I also want to thank Principal Bartlett up there. Thank you for setting the stage tonight. Our principals now know what to expect, so thank you very much. That was amazing. I want to share that I have been attending our back to school nights, and they have been really great. It's been wonderful to see our staff so engaged, our teachers in their classrooms just participating with our families. Smiles all around. Our custodians are out there helping everywhere they can. But A huge shout out to our administrators. They are out there shaking hands, kissing babies, doing all kinds of stuff. So it's just been wonderful to see them. School. We thank you, or I will actually welcome to our student representatives.
Thank you. And Mr. Primo.
Thank you. I too would like to echo the appreciation. It's always good to hear. I don't hear Johnny this often anymore. I used to see him a little bit more when he was up at Serrano. But again, to speak with the passion and the clarity, I appreciate that. I also like to give a shout out to Dre. Dre kind of brainstormed with Johnny a couple of years back about bringing music, kind of rejuvenation to Quail Valley. And after listening to the students tonight, bravo, well done. I really appreciate all that energy that he's doing and your leadership, Dre. Appreciate that. I happen to just say I'd echo the sentiments of Tony probably about the spirit of Serrano. I was at the football game last weekend or on Friday, and wow, the ASB, the music, the cheer, the dance, the stands, right, the themes, the sharks, and I don't think I even understood completely what was going on there, but it did look really cool, and everybody's energy was really up, and it was a great way to start the certainly all the energy from the staff up at Serrano. Thank you again to Matt and to Ashley for share out tonight. Good way to kick us off and a good to kind of hear good things going on there. A couple of departments, many that are always busy, right? Maintenance and operations, a lot of things going on, projects that had to get done during the summer and things getting fixed, but transportation as well. Kudos to Danny and his team out there and all of our drivers and aides that are on the buses. The mechanics, everybody's just trying to get everything going because, goodness, we have a lot of riders. It's exciting, but boy, there is a lot of, work that goes into all of that. Me too, though. Thank you to Tony and to Christopher. Welcome aboard. Gosh, and again, I put myself back in your age and imagine being up here and doing this. And I had a lot of, different interests in high school. This was not one of them. But I would certainly say leadership was one of them. I had multiple leadership style roles, but to come at the district level and do what you're doing, commend you for that ongoing piece that you have been I think for Snowline, seeing it longitudinally. I remember our first board member as a student. That was amazing to kind of see where she was and now where we are today. So, and my final thing is I do have the org chart that I had talked about last time. So again, what I always do like to, preface, whenever you do a project, especially with little letters and small print, I do appreciate that you are going to be able to help me with editing any parts of this that maybe I don't necessarily see. And again, I know it's not the final piece. We've had some discussions about additional, directions and so on. But what you have in front of you is just a revision of the process that we had done at the end of, I think it was during the process of last year. Multiple pages, so I don't want to spend a lot of time with this. This is just, hopefully I gave enough copies to get all of it down. One more, okay. One more coming down that way. Really what you have in front of you is just, again, multiple pages. Top one is kind of the overview of the district, right? Kind of, looking at all of our different kind of branches, so to speak. And then each page after that really kind of drills down. Again, there's a page for student learning and support services. Certainly, Mr. Flynn gets the bonus of having a couple of pages and then ultimately finishing with the tail end with, again, human resources. So again, trying to build upon that, I just told Dr. Holman that we would bring it, share it, reference it last time. Not a lot of need to go over it at this point, but certainly through my either email or if you want to reach out to me, you're welcome to give me any sort of feedback. At this point, though, I would turn it back over to President Behringer to see if there's any comments or anything that you would want me to hear.
Actually, I do have a question for you, not to put you on the spot, but do you have any enrollment numbers for us for the beginning of the year?
Well, again, we do have some drops coming tomorrow, but I would say I would not have that as readily available tonight.
Okay,
How
if
about
you
at
could
the next board meeting? Would that
perhaps,
be okay?
or via email
Oh, sure.
at your convenience,
Absolutely.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That's P1 tomorrow, right?
Did you say P1?
P1
Oh, no, that's.
Oh, no, sorry. We have a 10-day window in our ability to say if students haven't been reporting to us and we've not been able to, we can.
Good point.
Just looking over, a little over 8,000, 8,028 is what we have through our area.
And Ms. Watsley.
Welcome to Christopher and Tony. The students are my absolute favorite part of every meeting. I love hearing students representing a collective at their school site, and I love seeing students just engage in being so passionate about things that they are doing at school. So kudos to Principal Bartlett and Mr. Dolan for all of their hard work. I grew up in a house where we were very passionate about hair bands. So the kids playing Van Halen was like the best. A little bit of Bohemian Rhapsody, and seeing their talent at such a young age reminded me of when I threw a fit as a child to quit piano lessons and have so much regret that my mom assured me I would, and I assured her I never would. And here I am, very wrong. I was mistaken. So excited to have those student presentations back on the agenda, because they really just are such a strong reminder of why we are here. We are here for these students, and seeing their passion and their joy in sharing their talents is just so heartwarming. I'm so grateful to be able to be part of this process and this team. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks so very much, President Behringer. I guess I'll start where everyone else did. Or not everyone, but the large majority with the students. And again, welcome, Christopher and Tony. You survived me, 2 different meetings, right? So well done. This is easy, right, in the setting, but so impressive how you jumped right in and provided really meaningful, valuable feedback. You're on just a wonderful track, and just a real honor. I think I can speak for all of us adults. Honored to be sitting at the table with all of you, or with both of you, I should say. That it was just wonderful. Also with students. Quail Valley Middle School, you talked about what was happening from a contemporary music standpoint. Love that, right? I mean, there's a place for classical, I think, but love the contemporary music that was, shared with us, to Principal Bartlett out there. So very well done. And I bring that up because not only you heard, of course, I was able to ask that question that was answered so beautifully, but by the student. But I also want to share with you, student presentations will be forthcoming, but we're also going to be adding in department presentations. We haven't done that in the past. At the next meeting, we're going to be connecting with a number of our departments this year. We think those, of course, are really critical to the success of Snowline Joint Unified School District. I know all of you agree with that. The one we're going to hear from next week is actually human resources. And so Sean's at the ready, and you're going to hear all the great work that's happening with human resources. And I just want to make a segue in that regard. At the start of the year, human resources is all departments are up and going, but certainly human resources. And I'll give you just a specific example. It was just my honor to stand before 20 new hires, right? 20 new hires and welcome them to the Snowline Joint Unified School District. That is not easily done and put together. So thanks to your entire team, Sean, you and Ken heading up that department. Greatly appreciate all those efforts. And Resma mentioned back to school events, if you will, some in the day, some in the night, some in the mornings. All those events are just really powerful. The line to me, or they're aligned, if you ask me, to the 4th core value, that's our Snowline partnerships. And within that core value, we just talk about the power of connecting. And we heard that tonight too. And I think you said it very well, Resman. That's what's been happening. Pinion Hills Elementary School will go tomorrow night. NTS is, I think, it's September 9th, I think, as well, to wrap up all of the welcome to the school year. And that's a segue for me to talk about the opening day of school. We were last together on the 12th. 2 days later, we opened the doors. Airplane was was already flying, ready to go, and kids came in. And I just want to thank everyone who makes that happen. That is an immense task. And in the spirit of that airline, I think we are flying at a really high altitude right now in a very positive way. But maybe the next segue is an airplane that's going to fly successfully needs air traffic controllers. I just use that term for the secretary in service. That was a great in service. I don't know if all of you know that we do that. It's been done typically in October over the past years. Credit to Bill and his team. They brought in the secretaries who are air traffic controllers. I mean, it's amazing what they can all navigate and conduct, if you will, in such an elegant and effective way. Thanks for doing that early, Bill. We talk about systems a lot. There's a lot of focus on the new systems, right, Bill? And so just really appreciate that good work that was done from you and all of your team members to support the most important air traffic controllers we have in the school district, all those secretaries. Thank you for that. That was really a good experience. Anything you want to share about that, Bill, about those outcomes? Because that was a real powerful, I think, event there. I only saw the beginning, but it was real powerful.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, we had Dr. Byrne came in, and human resources came in, so it wasn't just fiscal, but we went through the processes and things that they're wanting more, right? They want some follow-up meetings to continue some of those pieces. So, very well.
Yeah, it sure did. And so I just want to make sure that all the board members know there's so many really powerful efforts going on. We've been doing that for years, but it's been, I think, really designed in a powerful way now, even more so than in the past. So thanks for that good work. Also want to share with you back to the arts. I don't know if you know another powerful outcome that we have is our annual district art tour. And if you're not aware, what happens is in the support of the arts, and we just heard it all tonight, and thank you for saying what you said, we get together the Serrano High School Performing Arts leaders and kids, and we bring them to all the school sites. And it's a way to get at alignment. It's a way to get at exposing all of our youngest students and the middle school students to what they have coming before them in the future. And so I just want to say a big shout out in that regard too. It requires transportation to make all that happen. But again, it's just another effort that I think just gets forgotten. That's, I think, a real powerful alignment with what the four of you, and I think we can speak for Ruth Martinez too, as the fifth, who support the well-being of our kids, our greatest treasures here, in the best of ways. And one way is to ensure that they have those options, like we just shared with you tonight here through Quail Valley Middle School, and so many other ways up at Serrano High School. So that was really powerful. I'm grateful for that. And last, just a quick plug, because they asked me to, and that would be the Serrano High School FFA. They've got their Welcome Back barbecue. I think our clerk over there might be involved, maybe with some cooking. Are you doing some of the cooking? There we go. Yes. Is that what it is? Is it Thursday? Is it Thursday? Thank you. But I know emails went out to all of you. So if you can make it, you want to be part of that, please. So thanks. I'll give that back over to you. Just many thanks for sure. And actually one more quick one, because I just want to thank you one more time. That was hard work today. Thanks for engaging with the board members. We greatly appreciate that.
Oh, we enjoyed it thoroughly. So there being no further business, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Motion.
And a second.
I'll second.
And your preferential votes. All in favor, raise your right hand. And there's nobody opposed to that. We are adjourned.